if a student doesn't understand what I said, if a student doesn't understand what I explained, you can ask me to repeat in Sinhala. So I'll be explaining both in English and Sinhala as well, but most of the time it will be English. But if you want me to explain in Sinhala, I can do it. I can do it as well. Gulanta, my English explanation එක ඔයගලන්ට clear නැත්නම් ඔයගලන්ට පුළුවන් ළමයි මගෙන් මට message එකක් එවන්න සිංහලෙන් explanation එක ඕනි කියලා මම සිංහලෙන් explain කරන්න. And also මට ඔයගලන්ගේ reactions එහෙම දකින්න ඕනේ. මට ඔයගලන්ගේ answers ඕනේ. එතකොට තමයි class එක continue කරන්න lazy. It would be easier for me as well. හරි? Because I don't understand whether y'all understood what I'm saying. මම කියප එක තේරුණාද කියලා හරියට දන්නේ නැහනේ. මොකද physical class එකේ නම් ළමයින්ගේ if I look at their faces I can understand. In the physical class if I look at the students' faces I can understand whether they have got what I have said. But they are confused. But in the online class I can't do that, no. So I want everyone, each and every one of y'all, to give me answers and do the reactions, mm, and also keep a good internet connection, guys. So Google Zoom packages එහෙම ඔයගොල්ලෝ දැන් already දන්නවා. ඉතින් මම ඒවා explain කරන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. But Zoom packages එහෙම දාගත්තොත් it would be easier for y'all. හරි. So this is the grade 11. So this is the grade 11 new students. This is for new grade 11 students. Alutin grade 11 වලට them. So most of the schools they are having the exam, the third term grade 10 third term exam in February. February වල ගොඩක් ළමයින්ගේ exams තියෙන්නේ, but so today we'll be starting grade 11. So after the exams, of course, in February, you will be promoted to the grade 11 class. එහෙම තමයි වෙන්නේ. So this is the grade 11 ICT English medium class. Alright. So let me share y'all the screen. So most of the time, you will see the presentations on the screen. So today, so let's start the programming lesson. So I'll be using the sketchpad if I need to draw anything. If I need to write anything, I'll be using the sketchpad. So otherwise, mostly the explanations, yeah, you can. So after the class, you can of course have the slides. But if you want, you can also get down the notes. When I'm explaining, you can write down the notes as well. මන් ස්ලයිඩ්ස් දෙනවා ළමයි ක්ලාස් එක ඉවර වුණාම ඉතින් ඔයගලන්ට එතනින් නෝට් එක ගන්නත් පුළුවන්, or else මම explain කරන ගම you can take down your notes ගන්න පුළුවන්. හරි. So let's start. හරි. So what is programming? What do you mean by programming? So this is the first lesson if you grade 11 class. So let's see what's the programming. And also, please mute yourself. Okay. All right. So what is programming? So basically, now the computer is not that smart, right? So it's not like our brain. So it's not that smart. It cannot make any decisions. It cannot make any decisions by its own. So it's not that. It's not a smart device. So basically, we have to give a set of instructions if we need the computer to do a certain thing. To perform a task, we need to give a set of instructions. Right? So that is what you call programming. The computer is not a smart device. Okay, it's a man-made device. So in order to make the computer understand, in order to make the computer to do a certain task, we need to give it a certain set of instructions. So those instructions are called programming. So programming wait. Okay. Programming is a set of instructions how to perform a task. Okay. So programming is what is programming? It is a set of instructions which would tell the computer to do a certain type of task. Okay. So nowadays, now you might be wondering if you have already heard about AI, artificial intelligence. Now that computer is smart. You might be thinking that AI is smart, so we have artificial intelligence. You might be thinking, okay, now that is different. Okay, artificial intelligence. Okay, so basically we call it AI. Now you might be thinking, now this is another one. This is different. This is not the typical computer because in AI it has its own knowledge. Now you might be thinking like that. No, the thing is, my AI, even though we call it artificial intelligence, it is also not that smart. It is a program. So what we have done is we have almost taken everything which is on the internet. So most of the AI engines we called ChatGPT and then Bard. Okay, we have a set of AI engines out there. So like ChatGPT. Have anyone used ChatGPT? Can I have some reactions if a student has used ChatGPT? Okay, so one student has used. What about the others? Okay, two, three. Good. So now, yes. So since you guys are English medium students, of course you can use ChatGPT and do a lot of stuff. Now, the single medium students, of course, they cannot use it much because the thing is, the answers, most of the answers are coming in English. And if it can understand singular, but still, it's not that much trained. Name. Now, since you guys are English medium students, let's say the English teacher asks you to write a 100 words essay, you can easily use ChatGPT, or else you can use Bard. So so one day I'll show you how to use ChatGPT if the other students haven't used. So if there is a certain thing you need to learn regarding science, you can just type it in ChatGPT and it will give an answer. Science මොන හරි තියෙනවනේ ඒක දැම්මොත් you will get an answer. So now ChatGPT and all this stuff, what we have done is so ChatGPT, Bard, and all those AI engines. Gemini is there now. Okay, the newest one. So what we have done is we have teach the computer almost one third of the internet. Okay. So we took whatever which is on the internet. We took one third, almost one third of the internet, whatever which is available in the internet. We took them and then created we created numbers for each and every word, for each and every data. We gave a specific number which would be translated into binary, so computer only understands zeros and ones. So we did everything, and then now only we have an artificial intelligence program, AI program. So so what I want to explain to you guys is, so programming is applied in everywhere. So whatever the whatever the machine it is, we have to give a set of instructions for it to perform a certain task. Because if the instructions are not there, if the instructions not there, it would be just a bunch of metals. නිකන් යකඩ ගොඩක් වගේ තමයි. හරි. Now programming. So it is a set of instructions that tells a computer how to perform a task. So it is applied in everywhere. So we can program using a variety of computer programming languages such as JavaScript, Python, and C++. Now there are hundreds of languages which were used throughout the years, but now these are some of the most popular ones. Okay. Now JavaScript, Python, and C++. Now, now there are different languages to do different stuff. So basically, JavaScript as a language, we use it to make website. So if you need to, if you want to be a web developer, if you need to build a website, okay, if you need to build a website, or else you can even build apps using it. So if you need to do all those stuff, okay, yes. So if you need to do all those stuff, you will have to learn JavaScript first. Okay, now you will start from JavaScript, but then of course you will have to learn all the frameworks like React JS. Okay, so all these stuff are there. Then Ruby is there, Node.js. So all these stuff you will have to learn. But if you want to get started as a what do you call a web developer, or simply build an app, you will have to first learn JavaScript. Now that is for those purposes. So basically it's for websites, mostly used for websites, to make websites. Now the Python is also one of the most popular programming languages nowadays. It is the most popular actually. In 2023, it was the most popular programming language. Now, Python is a different type of language which is much easier to learn. It is very easy, Python. It's not a very hard language. So, most of the Python language is now applied in machine learning, and AI. Okay, so machine learning and AI. So since it is the trend now, since most of the students and also most of the companies, they are trying to build machine learning websites, machine learning softwares, AI softwares. So Python has become now the most popular language because it is very easy. And now the programming for AI is very hard. So using a very easy language, it makes it makes the whole process easier for the developer. So Python is now very popular. So you can, if you want to get into this machine learning and AI side, if you want to build softwares, if you want to build algorithms that would enable AI, artificial intelligence, you will first have to learn Python. It's not a very hard language. It's very easy. uh, and then something now C++. Now C++ is a very old language. Now nowadays we don't use it much, C++, but there is one application which keeps this language alive. So there is one application which keeps this language alive. So that application is the boys might know it. So Unreal Engine. Okay, so Unreal boys might of course know it. Okay, so the recording will be provided, but I would appreciate if you could just join the class and wait. uh, I can provide the recording, but it would be better if y'all just no, most of the students I know, you might not look at the recording. Yeah, so you might take breaks and stuff. So it's better, so end it right now, and then you have another free time to do something else, no? So anyways, all right. So this language, this particular language, may language, it's very old. Nowadays we don't use it much, but we are still using it for the Unreal Engine. So Unreal Engine, so almost let's say around 60% of the games in the whole world, games are made out of the Unreal Engine. So around 60% of the games are made out of the Unreal Engine. So if you all need to become game developers, if you want one day to build games are the unknown now. So you will first have to learn C++, okay, or else C sharp. So Unreal Engine and then Unity, we have both of them. So you can use either of them and build a game. So these are the most popular programming languages, but there are a lot. Okay, far more than this. Alright. So different purposes, because we use it for different purposes. Now we don't have one language. Now look at the world. Now the world has several languages, right? So as Sri Lankans, we have Sinhala, and then we have English languages there. Okay, so we have different types of languages. Now, similarly, computers also, they have different types of languages. So, so the computers also, they have different types of languages in order to do different stuff. So JavaScript, like I said, for websites, then Python for machine learning and stuff, C++ for gaming. Now, now, for example, like there is a language called Java. Java and JavaScript are two different things. Now, Java is basically used for Android apps. Okay, Android apps. So, in order to develop Android apps, so if you all have an Android phone, so if you all have an Android phone, if uh, so you have apps in your Android phone, so all those apps will be using Java. Correct? Now for different reasons, right? So basically the only reason that we use Java to make Android apps is because the whole Android operating system, so Android OS, okay, Android OS is made out of Java. Okay, so Android operating system is Java. So for each and every app which is running on Android, we are using Java. So that is how basically the programming works. So there are a lot of languages. So if you want to, just be in this field, if you want to like become a software engineer, something like that, you will almost have to remember almost like 15 programming languages. You don't have to remember them by heart, but you just have to know the idea like how it is being applied. Right. So that is basically what's programming. So did everyone understand what I said? I need the reaction. So tell me if y'all understood what I said. Okay, good. So you can do the thumbs up reaction. If you all understood, you can do the thumbs up reaction. Awesome. Good. Great. Harry. So let's move to the next part. Now, and one more thing for grade 11. So for the very first time, you will be learning a programming language. Okay. So the programming language which y'all will be learning is Pascal. Okay. So the very first time, right? For in grade 10, 9, 8, y'all were learning ICT, but you didn't learn any programming language. So for the very first time, y'all will be learning a programming language called Pascal. Now this is not being applied for any application. Okay. For this Pascal language, it was only developed for learning purposes. So in order to learn programming as a basic introduction to programming, this Pascal is being taught. So in your syllabus as well, you will be learning the Pascal programming language. That is so we'll move to that part later. Now let's move to the next slide. Alright. Now analyzing a problem. Analyzing a problem. Okay, analyzing a problem. So in order to analyze a problem, what do you mean by analyzing a problem? Analyzing a problem in the sense we are looking at a problem and we are trying to understand it. We are trying to solve it. We prashna that kama, we are trying to, solve it. Like you can see in this diagram. So these people, they are in a huge problem and they are just trying to, just take this wire out. Okay. Yeah. So we are basically trying to find an answer. Okay. Now that is what you call analyzing a problem. So in order to analyze a problem, there are a lot of steps, but mostly it consists of these three categories. One is input, then process, and then we have output. Okay. Now input. What is input? Raw materials that are used to solve the problem. Raw materials. Okay. So what are raw materials? So raw materials are whatever the things that we need to solve a problem. Okay. Whatever the things that we need to collect, whatever the things that we need to, you know, uh, get in order to solve a problem is called raw materials. So first thing is, as the input, we need the raw materials, the stuff that we need, that we need to collect. Okay. And the next step is we should convert the input to output. So converting all the inputs to output is called the process. Okay. Converting input to output is called the process. Finally, at the end, we will have the result. Okay. So result obtained after solving a problem is called the output. Okay. So in order to analyze a problem, first we need the inputs, the raw materials. Okay. Then there would be a process. So what happens in the process? Basically, in the process, we are converting inputs to output. Inputs, outputs වලට convert කරන එක තමයි වෙන්නේ. Okay. And then uh, finally, we have the results. The results are called the output. Okay. So this is how we analyze a problem. So let's move. So let's see certain examples and try to understand. Okay. Now I have given very small examples, very small examples. So let's see. So first one is preparing a letter which can be posted. So preparing a letter which can be posted. So in order to make a letter, first thing is low. So try to first try to get what's the input, process and output is. So you can take a notebook and then write down input and then process and then the output. So take down a notebook and just try to write down what you need to, prepare a letter. So I'll do the first one. So I need a piece of paper, right? I need a piece of paper. So I need a piece of paper. And then what else I would need? I would need a pen. I would need a pen and then I would need an envelope. So these are the raw materials which I need. And also I would need a stamp as well. So of course, the letter will not go by its own, so I need a stamp as well. Then the process. What are the process? What are the processes we have? What are the processes we have? So I'll go to the sketch pad and do this for y'all because it's not that nice, right? So Right. So let's see. So input. Okay. So what do we need as the input? So input, once again, we need paper. We need I need a pen. I would need an envelope, right? I would need an envelope. Then as the process. First thing is what I would do is I write the letter. Okay, these are the steps. කරන දේවල්. So what the activities which you do. So I write the letter and then I put it into the envelope. I put in it. Okay, put it into the envelope. Then I paste the stamp. And then finally, what is the output? A letter. So I have a letter. Okay. So this is the input, process, and output of the first example. So for the input, we need these raw materials. Then there is a process. And then finally, there is the output, the letter. So let's see the next example. Making a cup of tea. So that is also a very simple one. So I'm just trying, these questions, of course, students, you won't be getting for your O levels, like making a cup of tea, but I'm just trying to make you all understand. So input. So in order to make a cup of tea, what do you all need? You need sugar, right? You need sugar, then you need tea, then you need hot water, okay? Hot water, okay? So you need all those stuff. Then what's the process? Okay, mix them all together. Mix them all together. Okay, you mix them all together. So then strain the tea. Then strain the tea. Then the output. As the output, we get a cup of tea. So these are the input, process, and the output. So there will be a number of processes. There will be like 5 processes. We don't know. So there will be a lot of processes, but at the end we would get an output. Let's see the next example as well. So online shopping on a website. So what do we need in order to shop online? So I would need a mobile phone, or else I would need a computer. Okay, I would need a computer, a mobile phone. Then I need a connection, internet connection should be there. And then what else? So I need to make a payment, right? So I need a debit card and a credit card, or else a credit card. I need either a debit card or else a credit card. So I need all those stuff. They were loan. So I collect them, and then what's the process? First thing is I go to the website. I go to the website. I I choose the product. I choose the product. Then I make the payment, and then finally, as the output, I would get a receipt. Right? As the output, I would get a receipt. An online receipt would be there. Correct. So that is the input and input process output of the online shopping on a website. Then ATM withdrawal process. ATM withdrawal process. Now let's look at that as well. ATM withdrawal. ATM withdrawal. Okay. ATM withdrawals. What do you need as the input? What do you need as the input in order to make an ATM withdrawal? What do you mean by an ATM? So ATM stands for automatic teller machine. ATM stands for automatic teller machine. Now, why do we need these ATMs? What does it do? If a student can answer, please tell. Why do we use the ATM? Yes. So if you need to withdraw money from the if you need to withdraw money from the bank from your account, you need to go to the ATM. So if the bank is closed, so normally the bank closes at 3 o'clock in the evening. So in order to get money after that, you will have to go to the ATM. So it is very easy to get cash from the ATM. So what do we need? So first thing is we need a debit card or else a credit card, right? Debit card or a credit card. So debit card or else a credit card. Then after that, uh, so you need to enter the PIN. So you enter the PIN code. So there is a particular code that you all will be getting. So I think probably yes, you don't have debit cards still, but if you get so after turning 16, you can get in certain banks you can get a debit card. So if you get one, so they will give you a PIN code as well. So on a PIN code then so you should enter the amount you need, the amount you need. Okay. So the amount you need, you should enter. So let's say you need 10,000. So you need to type 10,000 kila that no. So if you need 5,000, you will have to enter 5,000. Mm. Then what's the process? So first thing is they would validate the card. Validate the card. Now sometimes you might come with a fake card, right? Fake එකක් අරගෙන fake ඕගොල්ලෝ නෙවෙයි, but some person might come with a fake card. Right? So first thing is they would do is they would validate the card. Validating is making sure that the card is a true one, true Visa card, Visa proper Visa card එකක්ද කියලා බලනවා. හරි. Then after that they check your balance. Mm. Checking the balance. Checking the account balance. Okay, account balance. So they the system it would check the account balance. Okay. Why do they check the account balance? Because now if you don't have 10,000 in your account, the ATM doesn't give it's not supposed to give you 10,000, right? So money should be there in the account. Money තියෙන්න ඕන account එකේ නැත්තම් money දෙන්නේ නැහනේ. So checking the account balance. හරි. So if all is good, ඔක්කොම හරි නම්, so if everything is good, then the withdrawal process will take place. Withdrawal process complete. Okay. Now what's the output? Okay. What's the output? Can students say what do we get as the output? So after the card is correct, the account balance is all good, and then the withdrawal process is complete. Yes, you get the bill. Okay, the receipt. Okay, so receipt is there. So what else? Yes, the money, right? You get the money. Okay, so you get the receipt. and then the money. Okay. And then one more thing, there is one more thing that would happen. Yes, the account balance will get reduced. Okay, reduced, or else we call it debited. Now in the banking system we call it get debited. So if you are a commerce student, you might know what's debit and credit and stuff, but it's not something I see, so I won't try to explain to you all what debit and credit is. But anyways, so the account balance will reduce. So let's say you had 20,000 in your account. Now, if you had 20,000, if you withdraw 10,000, uh, the remaining amount would be 10,000 in your bank. Okay, so that is the input process and output of this one, the withdrawal process. Okay, the marking the attendance, marking attendance. So how does the marking attendance take place? The teacher comes to the class. So teacher comes to the class, and then the teacher would call out the name. So first thing is the teacher would call out the name. So if the student is present, okay, if the student is present, so these are all processes. If student present, then output, or else let's say let's mark, then mark one, else. So if not, if the student is absent, okay, else එහෙම නෙවෙයි නම්, mark 0. So if the student is present, it would be marked as 1. ඔන්න එක කියලා mark කරා. If the student is absent, ඔන්න 0 කියලා mark කරා. හරි. So that is how we mark the attendance. Then adding two numbers, so it is also very simple. Then finding the area of a rectangle, finding the perimeter of a rectangle. Let's do this one, finding the area of the rectangle. So in order to get the area, what are the inputs we need? In order to get the area of a rectangle, so this is what you call the rectangle. Okay, this is what you call the rectangle. Yes, so you need the length. So that's not the length, right? So yes, so you need the length and the width. Yes, so length and the width. Then how do we find the area? So what's the process? You multiply the length by the width. So you multiply the length by the width, and then finally you would get the output as, so you would get the area. Okay. So similarly, if you get the perimeter, so how do we calculate the perimeter? So in the similar way, so length plus width into 2, you would get the output as the perimeter. So that is how you get the area and the perimeter of a rectangle. Okay. All right. So these are of course easy questions. So let's move. Okay. So finding whether the number is odd or even. Okay, finding whether the number is odd or even. So tell me, how do we find that whether the number is odd or even? What have you learned in your maths class? How do we find whether the number is odd or even? Yes. So if we divide a number by 2, okay, if we divide a number by 2 and we get the answer as 0, it would be an even number, right? Yes. If there is a remainder, if the remainder is one, then of course the number is odd. Yes, correct. So ඒක තමයි එතකොට so in the process you will have to check whether there is a remainder or not. So you get the number. So the input would be the number. Input would be the number. Then what's the process? The process would be number divide. So let's go with mod 2. What do you mean by mod 2? The mod 2 in the sense, Lama, you basically you after applying this one mod 2, you get the remainder. So you can write a description as well, but this is much more easier. Number mod 2. Now number mod 4 is so let's say for example let's say you get the number 15. So you divide by 4, the answer would be 12. So when we apply this one, 15 mod 4, 15 mod 4, the answer which we will be getting is 3. Okay. So you divide 15 by 4, you divide 15 by 4, and then the answer, the remainder would be the answer. Okay. So you divide 15 by 4, so you get 3. Now the remainder is also 3, and the remaining is also 3. No, so the answer would be 3. Okay. So if this was not 15, if this was 14, the remainder would be 2. Okay. So this is the answer which you will be getting if we apply the mod formula. So in here even you can just do it. So you can apply the mod formula. So then you can write if remainder equals 0, then then it is a number, else it is a even number. Okay. Then the final output will be odd or even. So final output would be, oh yes, 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 of course. Sorry. Oh wait. Yes, so I have made a mistake here. So this, if the remainder is 0, it is even. If there is a remainder 1, it is odd. Okay. So even and odd. So that is how it's going to be. Harry. So then next one is finding the largest number between two numbers. So that is also easy. Now, so these are some of the examples which I wanted to discuss regarding uh, analyzing a process. So what I want you all to do is I want you all to write down for each and every one. So from 1 to, okay, let's do the 10th one. Let's see. Okay, the 10th one. So let's read the question first. So what they're asking is find in the largest number between two numbers, right? The largest number between two numbers. So there are two numbers. So what we should do is we should give the largest number. So let's see. So the input would be number A and number B. Okay, number A and number B. Then, so we don't know the exact numbers, no. Then process would be if number A greater than number B, then number A is greater. Okay. Else number B is greater. Now there is one problem. Now, if, especially if we write a program out of it, there would be a problem. So one thing is, if these two numbers are similar, there would be no answer, right? Okay. Else, another one, both numbers are equal. Okay. So if number A is greater than number B, then number A is greater. Else number B is greater, or else both numbers are equal. Okay, got it? So if number A is greater than B, number A is greater, then else number B is greater, or else both numbers. So if none of them are greater than each other, so that means like both of them are equal, right? So both the numbers are equal. Mm, okay. Yes. Yeah. Yes. So when we are writing a pseudocode, or else when we are drawing a flow chart, we can of course use that symbol. So that symbol is greater or equal. So either you could do this or else you could do this. Alright. Now output is the number which is the greater. The number which is greater or else equal. Hmm. So either the output would be the number which is greater. That means either the output would be number A or number B, or else the output would be, if they are equal, then the output would be equal. So that is how this question is solved. So one thing I want you all to do is, I want you all to do all these questions in the writing book. So so as homework, so as homework, you can get the writing book and then write the input, process, and output for each and every question. So I didn't do it, no. So I am the only person. I think I am the only one who did it on the board. You all didn't write anything. So what I want you all to do is, I want you all to take a book and write down the input, process, and output. So that is homeworks. Now let's move to the next part. Algorithm. Okay. So what is an algorithm? An algorithm is a method to show the steps in solving a problem. An algorithm is a step-by-step procedure to solve a problem. Now, if there is a question, and I asked you all to get the answer for that one. If there is a question, and I asked you all to get the answer for that one, okay, and you give that particular answer step by step. Okay, step by step answers. So starting from the very beginning, and you give me the steps, give me the correct steps, like one next to the other. That means it is an algorithm. Okay, but you don't jumble them. Okay, you don't like make me confused, but you give the proper steps, like one after the other. Now that is what you call an algorithm. Okay, so it should be a step by step procedure. Okay, it's not, it's like a normal person, if you look looks at an algorithm, he can understand what uh, what should be done, right? So basically, if I asked you all, if there is a question like how to make a cake, the steps should be like one after the other. So first thing, you take the flour, you mix them, you put butter into it, you put eggs into it, you then bake it, then finally only you get a cake, right? Now it should be a step by step process. Harita. So now that is what you called an algorithm. Okay, an algorithm. Okay, so it should be a step by step procedure. Mm. Step by step. Deliver letter. So the step by step it should move down. Okay, so it should be very easy to understand. The steps should not be jumbled. So the first step should not be like put the mixture into the oven. No, that is not the first step, right? You can even first step because so it should be a step by step procedure. So remember, if there is a question asking what is an algorithm, it should be a step by step procedure to solve a problem. Okay. Okay. And also now, since you guys are IT students, it's very great that you all have chosen ICT for in order to do your uh, O levels. Okay, because the thing is, this is a very important subject. It's not like all those other bucket subjects. It's very important. You all have something to do in the future. Okay, for A levels, there are options. Tech option is there. Maths is there. So a lot of options are there. So it's good that you guys have chosen this one. And also one more thing, if you all haven't followed my Telegram channel, please follow that one because I usually I upload certain interesting stuff in there. Okay, it's interesting videos, interesting posts. I upload them in the Telegram channel, so you can subscribe to it as well. Okay, so let's see. So I have shown y'all an image diagram how an algorithm works, right? So basically, you start from the very beginning. So this is like building an app. So they are building an app. So what happens is they have started from the very beginning, right? So starting from the very beginning, and then after that, little by little, it gets developed. The app is getting developed. The programming part is being done. Then you correct all the errors. Okay, so this is like correcting all the errors. So you correct all the errors, and then finally, you will get the final app. So smartphone app is there. So this is what an algorithm is. This algorithm is a step-by-step procedure. Okay. Now ways to write algorithms. So let's look at the ways that we can write algorithms. Now there are two main methods. In order to write algorithms, we can use two main methods. So the first one is flowchart. Okay. Now, y'all have already done flowcharts since grade 6, right? Since grade 6, you all have already done flowcharts. So, first thing is flowchart. So, that is the very first method that you can. So flowcharts, it uses an graphical manner. So, in order to present an algorithm, it uses a graphical manner. Okay. And then the next one is a pseudocode. Now this is new to y'all. Make an alut. Okay. Flowchart, of course, grade 6, from grade 6, y'all have drawn it. But now this pseudocode is new to y'all, right? Now it is a a readable description of what the algorithm or the what the algorithm does, what the computer program does. It is a readable description. Mm. Now this is a graphical manner. You draw all the shapes and you show them step by step. Now pseudocode, on the other hand, it is a readable description. Alright? It is a readable description. Alright. Now tell me, what is easier to understand? For example, let's say the business owner. So there is a software company, okay, or else let's just say the owner, business owner. Okay, business owner is there. So tell me which is easier for him to understand, whether it is the flowchart or else is it the pseudocode. Tell me which is easier for him to understand, the business owner. Let's take a software company, the owner of that software company, or else any other company, the owner of it. Which is easier for him to understand? Is it a flowchart or else is it a pseudocode? You can give me the answers in the chat. So I got one answer. Hmm. What about the others? So if it is a business owner, okay, if it is a business owner, that means we can assume he only knows how to manage the business, right? He's not, we can assume like he's not a very, a person who has studied a lot. Okay. Okay. So he basically, he has the money and he runs the company, but still he doesn't have much knowledge on the subject. We can assume like, so most of the business owners are like that, right? So one thing is they have done all their hard work and they have come to a position. Now they have far more experts controlling the business. Okay, so that is how normally uh, an organization is set up. Now the business owner, so since he doesn't have much idea regarding programming, okay, or any of the languages, it would be much easier for him to understand using a flow chart. Okay, so the business owner will usually, he would prefer a flow chart because it gives the whole program in a very graphical manner. Graphically graphically represent when graphical manner එකට whole මුළු complete program එකම පෙන්නනවා. So the business owner would prefer using a flow chart. හරි. Now that is the business owner, right? Now let's take the developers. Let's take the app developers, the programmers, okay, the programmers. So these people, they would prefer the pseudocode. So the business owner, or else now let's take the accountant, not the owner. Let's take the accountant. Okay. So accountant wants to see like what is being done. Okay. So accountant is not a person who has any IT knowledge, right? So he probably doesn't have much mathematics knowledge as well. So most of the things that he has studied is commerce, economics, and stuff. No, so he doesn't have much knowledge on this subject. So if we show him a pseudocode, can he understand anything? Like he wouldn't understand a single thing if I show him a pseudocode, but he would like understand a little bit if I show him a flowchart. So he would see like all this from the very top, it just falls down like a waterfall. The steps are just flowing down. So he would understand a flowchart, correct? But he wouldn't understand. He would never understand what a pseudocode tells us. Okay. So, but these developers and the programmers of the company, they have an idea of programming languages. They have seen a lot of languages. So they don't need to see a flowchart, but they would rather prefer a detailed description, mm, a readable description. Again, a detailed, readable description. They would prefer that one because then it would be easier for them to program. It would be easier for them to program the whole uh, this app. Okay, so flowcharts or pseudocodes. So there are different users, right? So people who doesn't have much knowledge regarding these programming and stuff, they would prefer a flowchart because it is a graphical manner, so that is easy for them to understand. But people who have some sort of a knowledge and who will be programming, who will be making the next algorithm, they would prefer these pseudo code, right? So did everyone understand what I said? The difference? Did everyone understand the difference, like the flow chart and the pseudocode? Good. What about the others? Good. Okay, reactions are there. Okay, good. Okay, so that is the difference between a flow chart and a pseudocode. So in all levels, you will be learning both of them. Okay, you will be learning both of them. So we will be starting from flowchart, then moving into pseudocode, and finally the Pascal programming language. So grade 11, this first lesson would be covering all of them: flowchart, pseudocodes, and then Pascal programming. Okay. So shapes used in flowcharts. So shapes used in flowcharts are start for the start and end. We are using this one. Okay, for the start in order to draw the start and the end. So basically, the start would be written inside this. Inside this, we'll be writing start or else the end. And then arrows will be used to show the flow. Then input and output. So inputs will be written here, all the inputs that we need. And then the outputs will be written here as well. Then process would be just a rectangle. And then for the decisions, it would be this one. So you will only be using these shapes. Okay. So in order to for y'all to draw flowcharts for your O levels, you will be only using these five shapes. So start and end, arrow is there, input output is there, and then process is there, and then finally the diamond shape is there. Okay. And then let's go to the next one. The sequence structure, selection structure, iteration structure. So with examples, I'll explain to you also what happens is basically, so in sequence, the flowchart simply goes down, it flows down. Okay. So the flow chart starting from the very top and would flow down. In the selection, a particular decision would be taken place. So in here you ask a question. So you ask a question here, and then sometimes the flow chart will flow to this side, or else it would move down. So either way, it would flow down, but in here in this particular shape, you will ask a particular question. So if it is true, you will move to this one. If it is false, or else no, you will flow down. The flow chart will flow down. Yes. So that is the connector. So yes, in the previous one, so there is another shape as well. So one thing, it's not actually a shape, it's like a connector which we use like, so I'll explain to y'all in the example. I'll explain to y'all in the example. That's better. So iteration, iteration is also it looks similar to the selection. It looks similar to the selection, but the difference is, but the difference is the flow chart, it will move once again, it will move up. So it will repeat number of times. So in this particular cycle, it will repeat number of times. But when a certain condition satisfies, or else in here, when the certain condition dissatisfies, when it is false, it will fall down. So in the iteration, so one thing is we call it repetition as well. So we call it repetition as well. So iteration, repetition, it's the same thing. So what happens is the flowchart will repeat a set of times. We don't know, like 10 times, 20 times. It depends on the question. So it will repeat a number of times until a condition is satisfied. So when it is okay, then it will move, it will flow down. So that is how the iteration works. Okay. So we'll do all these examples, then it would be you will get what what I'm saying. Okay, so let's see the first example. Okay, so the first example is find the sum of the two numbers, number one and number two. Okay, so there are 13 examples. So we'll start from the very simple one, and then we'll move to the one of the more difficult flowcharts. Okay. So we can't directly go to this one because I don't know, right? I don't know whether y'all in your previous class, or as in your previous in your in your school you have already learned all this stuff. So, so we'll start from the very easy one, and then we'll move to the harder questions. So the first question is find the sum of two numbers, number one and number two. Okay, so I'll draw it. Okay. Okay. So start. So start and the end uses the same shape. So start. Okay. Start. Then after that, the input would be number one pair. Let me draw it nicely. So number one and number two. Okay. So there, those would be the input, right? So that is what you need, right? So you draw this shape. So I'm using a graphic tablet, but my drawing skills are not that nice. So y'all should use a ruler. So y'all can use your rulers, but the shape is this. Okay, it should be an inclined rectangle. So in your question papers for your O levels, definitely use a ruler. Okay, that is a must. Because the thing is, these examiners, they have corrected a lot of papers that day, and let's say your paper was the last one. Uh, your paper is the last final paper he is going to correct that particular day, and he would see a very ugly paper, very ugly handwriting. So even if you do a small mistake, that person will cut the marks. The marking examiner will not give you any marks. So especially for your O levels, uh, don't do these mistakes. Just write the answers properly. Okay. Then what you should do is you get, or else you could write sum equals number one plus number two. So this shape would be a rectangle. So it is a process. Since it is a process, karan deyak. So since it is a process, the shape would be a rectangle. Then finally, you will be having the output. Output would be the sum. Okay. So after we get the sum, this is the end. Okay. So we are starting. Then you input the number one and number two. Then you get the sum. Sum equals number one plus number two. And then finally you output the sum. So you should remember the shapes. So each and every particular instances, I have written a different shape. I have drawn a different shape, right? For the inputs, I have used an inclined rectangle. Okay. For the inputs, I have drawn an inclined rectangle. Then for the process, I have drawn a basic rectangle. Then finally, for the outputs even, I have used an inclined rectangle. For the start and the end, I have used, this is a particular oval shape. Okay. So normally we use different stuff. So we can use an oval shape as well. Okay. For the start and end, it's not that uh, important, but so start, end is there. Right? And also, one student was telling me like there is a thing called connector. Okay. Now, let's say in your paper, for your O-level paper, okay, you don't have much space in a particular site. So you drew the whole flow chart and you drew everything, and finally you come across a certain instance that you don't have any space to draw there. So you need to go to the next page. No, we don't. No, no, no. So you don't get you at the very first instance you didn't understand like how long the flowchart is. So you just start drawing it, and then finally you don't have space to continue. Now, when that happens, what y'all should do is y'all could draw a circle and mark it as one. Okay, you draw a circle and mark it as one. Then you go to the next page, the new page, or for the side, whatever you are drawing on the next page, okay, or else you are drawing in the next side, the right side of it, or else so whatever it is. So what you should do is you write one once again and you draw the connector. You draw a circle around it and then you start the flow chart. Okay, once again you can start the flow chart. So let's say you should write the end. So you write the end here. Okay, got it. So that is how the connector works. So You can use the connector if you run across a certain instance, like you don't have enough space to write the whole answer. You can go to the next page. But before going to the next page, you should connect this particular arrow with a symbol like this. Okay, so you draw a circle and you mark it as one. You go to the next page, you mark it as again one, and you start. Okay, so that is how uh, you use the connector. Okay, so this is the answer for the first one. So did every student understand this one? Got it? If there is any doubt, if you want me to explain once again, tell me. Okay, so what about the other students? Did you all understand? Okay, good. If y'all didn't understand, tell me it as well. Huh? If y'all want me to explain it once again, please drop me a message. So let's move to the next one. Okay. Find the area and perimeter of a rectangle. So we are supposed to draw flowcharts for that. Okay. So perimeter, area, and the perimeter. Okay. So we did it before, but let's do it again. So you need the start, and then you need to input the length and the width. Okay. So you need to input the length and the width, right? So you input length and the width, and then first thing is you get the area of a rectangle. So how do we get an area? Area equals length multiplied by width. Okay. Now next thing is perimeter. Two times length plus width. Further, so that is area and the perimeter. And then, so we have done all the processes. So we have found what is the area. We have found what is the perimeter. Mm. So we have already found what is area and perimeter. Now we need to put the output. So the output will be area and the perimeter. And finally, you can end the flowchart. Okay. So this is how the flowchart works. So in this particular flowchart, we have found both the area and the perimeter. So so in order to get the area and the perimeter, we need the length and the width. So this is the equation for the rectangle in order to get the area. So this is the equation to get the perimeter. of a rectangle. Alright. Now, if I ask you all to get the area and the perimeter for a circle, so this is a circle. What what should be the input? Tell me. If it is a circle, what should be the input? So if it is a circle, what is the input? If I asked you all to find the area and perimeter of a circle, what should be the input? Oh, so I need the replies. So tell me to get the area and perimeter of a circle, what should be the input? So of course we cannot use the length and the width because circles doesn't have a length and a width. So circles doesn't have it. So in order to get, no, I am asking Putha, I am asking what is the input? Yes. So yes, so value of pi and the radius. So now you of course y'all don't need to input the value of pi. So let's just assume that the computer knows the value of pi. Okay. So just inputting the radius is enough. Okay. So you can input the radius. So you should input the radius and then in order to find the area, it should be pi r squared, right? So you get this one and then perimeter would be 2 pi r. So this is how we get the area and the perimeter of a circle. Okay, got it? Did everyone understand? Please react. You can use the thumbs up. Okay, good. What about the others? Are y'all confused or anything? Good. Okay, good. Hari, Hina. So let's move to the next one. Find whether a number is odd or even. So we did that one, right? So let's just leave this third one. We already discussed about it in the very first when we were discussing about input process output. We already discussed what this was, and then next one, fourth one, draw a flow chart for a situation where, so let's see, draw a flow chart for a situation where a boy would decide to take the train to school if the time is less than 7 a.m., or else he would take the bus. Draw a flow chart for a situation where a boy would decide to take the train to school if the time is less than 7 a.m., or else he would take the train. Okay, so that is the question. Now let's see what this is. Now, normally I don't know about y'all. Okay, now normally, children, now when I was going to school, now normally, so I went to Masnak College, which is in Vattala. So I went there, and so when I was going to school, now normally you can take the train, but if I miss the train, so the train is at, I think it was probably at 7. I can't remember exactly. Uh, or else it was at 6. I can't remember. So anyhow, if I miss the train, I will have to take the bus. Okay. So if, or else the next train would be, if I take the next train, it would be late. So basically, if I didn't go to the station before 7, I would have to take the bus. Okay. Now let's see. So tell me now if, so there would be a start, right? Alright, so there would be a start. So start is there. Now tell me, what is the input? What is the input of this? Okay, now I got one answer. What about the others? Good, your answer is correct, brother. What about the others? Others can reply, send me answers as well through in the chat. So, what is the deciding factor? So, what decides whether I am going in the train or else whether I am going in the bus? What makes that decision? What is the factor which makes that decision? So what I would need is the time, right? I would need the time to decide. So the input should be time. Mm. So start, and then I would need the input as time. Okay. Or else if you write it in a much better way, can put it like input time. Okay. It doesn't matter anyhow, because if you wrote it as time, even it doesn't matter, because anyhow you are using the input symbol. Okay. Now now this one is different, right? So you input the time. Now what is being done is you make the decision. Mm. So in order to make that decision, you need this symbol. Okay. Now, before writing that symbol, I would write is time greater than 7 a.m. Okay, is time greater than 7 a.m.? So that is a question, right? So every time, every time in these decisions, in these selections, you all are putting question mark. Okay, Every time there should be a question mark inside these decision uh, symbols, decision shape. Okay, so each time greater than 7 a.m. So it should be a question. Okay, now if it is yes, okay, so if it is yes, if the time has passed uh 7, okay, if the time has passed 7, take take the train to school. Sorry, uh if it is past 7, I'll be taking the bus, right? So take the bus to school. If it is no, then take the train to school. Okay. Okay. Then to take the train to school. So finally the output would be the transport. Then finally we have the end. Okay. So these should be processes. Okay. So take the bus to school, take the train to school. Okay. Then the transport. Now none of the shapes should be kept like floating like this. Mehema, and Balamai, none of the shapes should be floating like this. So these shapes, what you should do is you connect them to the flow chart once again. And also you should make sure that you connect it to the right place. Mm. So you should make sure you connect the flow chart, these shapes to the right place. Okay. Now, for example, if instead of connecting there, if I connect it here, what would happen? What would happen if I connect this shape to here? So you pass the 7 p.m., you take the bus, then once again you are taking the train. You go in both the transports. Huh? You go in the bus, then once again you are going in the train. You take both of them. So it doesn't make sense, right? You take the bus and you halfway you take the train as well. So that is wrong. So if you connect it here, it is wrong. Okay. If I connect it, if I connect it somewhere here, what is it? You take you if it is past 7, you take the bus. So that's then it ends like the flow chart ends. So that is also wrong, right? So there should be an output as well. So definitely you should connect the flow chart here. Okay. So make sure that you connect the flowchart to the right place. Okay. So it should be connected to the right place. These shapes should be connected to the right place. Mm. So now most of the students, what they are doing is they draw the flowchart, they draw everything, but they mess up the connection. So it depends, right? So sometimes it might tend. Okay, sometimes certain questions, of course, sometimes the flow, these shapes, they would go to the end. But in this case, it should definitely connect here. So you ask whether the time is greater than 7 years, you take the bus to school. If it is no, you take the train to school, and then to output the transport, whatever it is, which is it is a train, it can be the bus. You output it and then end. So did everyone understood that one? So if you have any doubts, please tell. Katerunada. So if you all need me to explain it in Sinhala as well, please tell it now. If you all need me to explain. Alright. So let's do one more question. Okay. Now there is another one. Draw a flowchart for a situation where draw a flowchart for a situation where a boy would decide to no, we didn't do the fourth one, right? Draw a flowchart for a situation where a boy would decide to take the umbrella if it is raining, or if not, leave it at home. Okay, this is very easy. Okay, okay, you start the flowchart. Okay. So what is the input now? Tell me. So the boy is deciding whether he should take the umbrella or not. Umbrella එක ගෙනියනවද නැද්ද කියලා the boy is trying to decide. So tell me what should be the input. What is the deciding factor? So if it is raining, he's going to take the umbrella. If it is not raining, he's going to just leave it at home. So what is the deciding factor? So in order to make the decision, he would require the weather, right? So he would have to input the weather. He needs to know what the weather is. So weather, okay. Then after that, what should be there? Is weather, is it raining? Is it raining? You ask that question. Is it raining? If it is yes, take the umbrella. Take the umbrella. If it is no, leave the umbrella at home. Leave the umbrella at home. So finally, now in these types of flowcharts, Gupta, there won't be any outputs, right? Now these type of flowcharts, these are basically you have to give, you should as the output you are doing something. So in these type of flowcharts, there won't be an exact output, so you can simply end the flowchart. So every time there will not be outputs when we are drawing flowcharts. Mm. So sometimes it might end with a process as well. So if it is raining, yes, you take the umbrella. If it is no, you leave the umbrella too. So that's it, right? So start, then you input the weather, then you ask whether it is raining. Yes, you take the umbrella. If it is no, you leave the umbrella too. Okay. So did you all understand that question, that particular question? Terunada? Good. Mm. What about the others? Okay, good. What about the others? Didn't y'all understand? Do you want me to explain it once again? Good. Okay, good. Okay. Now, next one, fifth one. So let's okay, not the fifth one. It's not the fifth one, right? It's the sixth one. Yes. Draw a flowchart for a situation where the students would be graded according to their marks. If the marks are greater than 75, then A grade. If marks are greater than 60 and less than 75, B grade. If marks are greater than 50 and less than 60, then C grade, or else it would be F grade. Okay. Now, this particular question, okay, this particular question, what I want y'all to do is I want y'all to do this question as homework. Okay. So this sixth question I want y'all to do as homework. Okay. Try to do this question as homework and submit me the answers by the next before the next class. So what you can do is you can take uh, a picture, a screen, small picture, and then you can just send me a WhatsApp message. Okay. So please submit me the answer. To try to do the sixth question and submit me the answers before the next class. Alright. Then after that, in the next class, we can proceed to the next part. Okay. Few more examples are there. So these questions, of course, hard, but I want you all to do the sixth question and try to do the sixth question and give me the answer. Okay. So that is kind of difficult, and also I would like if you take this down and then you get all the input, process, and outputs for this. You write down all the input, process, and outputs for this. Okay. So you can ask your friends to join the class as well. So you can share them the link as well. If you all have friends who are doing ICT, you can ask them to join for the class as well. So since it is 8, so only only 3 minutes are there to wait. So let's end the class for today. Okay. And then let's start the class again next week. Okay. So in the next week, next Wednesday, we'll be having the class at in the same time. So I'll be dropping the recordings to the group, and also I'll drop these slides as a PDF to the group. Okay, so let's see you guys again next week. Okay, good night. So thank you all for joining. So good night. Okay, so last week we started the programming part. We started with the programming part, and we discussed what was programming, and we discussed what was programming, and then what's algorithm, what is an algorithm. Mm. මොකක්ද algorithm එකක් කියන්නේ, programming කියන්නේ මොකක්ද, algorithm එකක් කොහොමද අපි draw කරන්නේ. Mm. How do we represent the algorithm? ඉතින් අපි මේවා last week discuss කරා. Uh, Now, in order to draw an algorithm, අපි algorithm එක represent කරන්න, normally we use two methods. So we use a flowchart. We can use a flowchart. අපි flowchart එකක් use කරනවා. තව අපිට පුළුවන් ඕනනම් pseudocode එකක්. We can also use a pseudocode. Now flowcharts, of course, you all have learned throughout from grade 6. Since grade 6, you all have already learned what's flowcharts are. Flowcharts මොනවද කියලා ඉගෙනගෙන තියෙන්නේ. ඉතින් හැබැයි but when it comes to grade 11, the the difficulty in drawing flowcharts have kind of increased. Okay, so normally they don't ask you all to draw easy questions. ගොඩක් lazy questions එහෙම අහන්න O level papers වල flowchart ගත්තොත්. ඉතින් we have to do certain difficult questions as well. ටිකක් අමාරු questions උත් කරන්න වෙනවා. හරි. හරි. ඉතින් so I'll do everything, but if y'all if you want me to explain it once again, අපි questions discuss කරද්දී, if you want me to explain it again, ආයිත් explain කරන්න ඕන නැහැ. ඒක මට ඒ වෙලාවෙම කියන්න. හරි. අපි questions කීපයක් කරා last week. So flowcharts basic questions ටිකක් කරා. So we did, I think, up to this one, up to we did the first one, පළවෙනි එක කරා, second එක කරා, third එක කරා, fourth එක කරා, and then we also did the fifth one. අපි questions පහක් discuss කරා last week. ඉතින් y'all can also check the recording as well. Recording එක check කරන්නත් පුළුවන්, බලන්නත් පුළුවන් ළමයි. And it's in the group එකේ දාලා තියෙනවා. And also I have put it in the in my channel as well, in the YouTube channel as well. I have put the recording. So recording එක බලන්නත් පුළුවන්. Now today we are coming to somewhat difficult MCQ questions. Sorry, not MCQ questions, flowchart questions. Okay. Now these questions, මේ questions අනිත් අපි කලින් discuss කරාට වඩා ටිකක් වෙනස්, somewhat difficult. Sometimes you might have done it in grade 9 වල සමහර වෙලාවට discuss කරලා ඇති. මොකද ගොඩක් වෙලාවට මම නම් මගේ students ලට grade 9 students ලට උනත් පොඩ්ඩක් difficult questions දෙනවා. But let's see. Okay. හරි. Sixth question. So how shall we do it? Did y'all do the sixth question? Did any one of y'all do the sixth question? Hi Karad. I think I asked y'all to do it as homework. Homework try karanna කියලා කිව්වා. Did any one of y'all did it? So what they are basically asking is Draw a flowchart for a situation where the students would be graded according to their marks. Students love a so basically මේ ස්කූල් එකක scenario එකක් තමයි කියන්නේ ළමයි ස්කූල් එකක you know the question talks about a school basically what happens in a school so students love a grade කරන scenario එකක් according to the marks okay දැන් normally subject teacher ඔයගොල්ලන්ව grade කරනවා ඔයගොල්ලන්ට හම්බ වෙන marks අනුව so if the marks are greater than 75 then A grade marks 75 වලට වඩා වැඩි නම් marks 75 වලට වඩා වැඩි නම් it would be an A grade okay 75 වලට වඩා වැඩි නම් it would be an A grade uh, then if marks are greater than 60 and less than 75 75ට වඩා අඩුයි සහ but also greater than 60 එහෙමනම් the student would be getting a B grade. If marks are greater than 50, marks greater than 50 and less than 60, then C grade. 50 වලට වඩා වැඩි 60 වලට වඩා අඩුයි. 50 and 60 අතර. එහෙනම් C grade එකක් තමයි හම්බ වෙන්නේ. Or else, finally it says, or else it would be an F grade. So if the marks අපි දාන input කරන marks if it doesn't fall into any of these stuff කියන්නේ ඒක මේතන තියෙන A grade or else B is I mean 6 to 75 grades වලවත් 50 60 category එකටවත් ඒක relate වෙන්නේ නැත්නම් then of course the student will be getting an F grade එහෙම මුකුත් නැත්නම් ඒ අර categories වලට include වෙන්නේ නැත්නම් එහෙනම් F grade එකක්ලු හම්බ වෙන්නේ. So what this is a situation, this is a scenario that they have given. So what you are supposed to do is you are supposed to draw a flow chart for this main situation එකට flow chart එකක් ඇඳලා පෙන්වන්න තමයි තියෙන්නේ. So so I'll try this question with y'all. So let's go to the sketch pad. So this is this question. So the first question, if y'all didn't see it properly. Okay. So what they're saying is, okay. So first things first. So you should start the flow chart. Okay, you should begin the flow chart. Flow chart එක start කරන්න ඕන. So you should start the flow chart. So flow chart එක start කරන්න ළමයි start එකකින්. start එකකින් start කරන්න. හරිද? Okay. Then after that start කරාට පස්සේ start කරාට පස්සේ now what is the input දැන් මෙතන මොකක්ද input එක you can drop me the answer in the chat එකේ දාන්න පුළුවන් ඔයගලන්ට හිතන මොකක්ද input එක කියලා if you all have any idea what is the input for this question so let's go back to the question once again question එකේ තියෙනවා draw a flow chart for a situation where the students would be graded according to their marks if the marks are greater than 75 yeah so tell me what would be the input method මේ question එකේ මොකක්ද input එක what could be the input Can someone answer? Y'all can drop me in the chat. Chat එකේ දාන්න පුළුවන්. So what is the input? Okay, input marks, right? මොකද ළමයි ඇයි marks input කරන්නේ? Marks is what decides everything, right? මෙතන මේක තීරණය කරන්නේ මොන grade එකද හම්බ වෙන්නේ කියලා. It should be the marks, right? Marks මත තමයි මෙතන decision එක වෙන්නේ. හරි? මෙතන තීරණයක් වෙන්නේ ඔක්කොම මෙතන මේ මොකක් හරි තීරණය වෙන්නේ අපිට හම්බෙලා තියෙන marks මත student ගේ marks අනුව තමයි the marks is what is the deciding factor, right? Did you all get that? So in this question මේ question එකේ everything like the output happens according to the marks. So in order for the algorithm to work මේ algorithm එක වැඩ කරන්න නම් the input should be marks. Got it? Y'all understood it, right? ඒක තේරුම් නැත්නම් කියන්න. Because it is very important that you identify the proper input. Input එක තේරුම් ගන්න ඕනේ. Input එක මොකක්ද කියලා. Hmm? So I think a new student also joined. So this is the question we are doing right now. Okay, I think he left. So anyways, all right. Okay. So we input the marks. Then first things first, we should identify whether the marks are greater than 75. Okay. So marks, I'll draw a bigger one. Is marks greater than 75? Okay, greater than or equal to 75. So it should be greater than, is marks greater than or equal to 75? Why is it equal? What is the meaning of this symbol? What does this symbol mean? This symbol means like that the marks are greater and also equal or else equal. Okay. So even if you all get 75, ලකුණු 75ක් exam එකේ හම්බුනත් ළමයි still you all have an A grade, right? ඒකක්නේ. ඉතින් මේක 75 exactly 75 වෙන්නත් පුළුවන් අපිට හම්බෙච්ච marks. Our marks can be exactly 75. 75ක් වෙන්නත් පුළුවන් exactly. හරි? So if it is greater than or equal to 75, then so we can go with the output. So if it is yes, output එක දාමු. So what is the output? If it is greater than 75, it is A grade. So A grade එකක් තමයි හම්බ වෙන්නේ. 75 වලට වඩා වැඩි නම් it will be an A grade, right? Up to now, did you all understand? You can do the reactions. You can give me a reaction because it's better if y'all uh, give me certain reactions because otherwise I don't know whether y'all understood it. If you want me to explain it again, you can tell me. Okay, good. So yes, you can drop me in the chat as well. What about the others? Did you all understand? තේරුණාද ළමයි? Up to now මේ වෙනකන් තේරුණාද? Okay, good. Mm, හරි. Okay. Next one is now if it is no, mm, then the marks are not 70 greater than 75. Marks 75 වලට වඩා වැඩි නැත්නම් එහෙනම් ළමයි we should check the next one. ඊළඟ එක check කරන්න ඕනේ. ඊළඟ එක කියන්නේ ඊළඟ එකට අපි check කරන්න ඕනේ මෙයා එනම් B category එකට B grade category එකටද එන්නේ කියලා. What is the B grade category? B grade category is marks between 75 and 60. Sorry, less than 75 and 60. එහෙනම් B එක. දැන් ඒකත් check කරන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට is marks greater than or equal to 75. Wait, I'll just reduce the pen size quickly. 75 or else, I mean, sorry, greater than or equal to 60, right? 60 or else less than 75. Is marks greater than or equal to 60? Marks greater than or equal to 60 or else less than 75. So this is maths. I hope you all know this stuff. Maths වල කරන දෙයක්. ඉතින් marks කියන එක marks 60 වලට වඩා වැඩිද? 60 වලට වඩා වැඩිද නැත්නම් සමානද? එහෙම නැත්නම් is it less than 75? So if the marks are between these two, 75 වලට වඩා අඩුයි greater than 60 නම් then මෙහෙමනම් මෙයා belong වෙන්නේ B grade එකට. හරි? B grade එකට තමයි belong වෙන්නේ. හරි? So if it is yes B grade එකට B grade එකක් තමයි හම්බ වෙන්නේ. හරි? Now let's go for the next one. Now in these types of questions, I mean, there are more than one selection. No? So last week we were discussing about only uh, only a few selections were there. But in this one, there are more than, there are more selections here, right? Okay. Wait a minute, let me. Okay, anyways. So, next one. Next category is, okay, it's fine. I'll draw it somewhere in here. Fine. Okay. So next one. So if marks are greater than 60 and 75 years, we checked it. Then now, what's wrong? Let me refresh this for a second. Okay. Still there is a problem. I think now it's fine. Ah, okay. Oh, it's blue color. Ah, now, next one. Okay, before drawing the next one, I think it's better if we go to the next. Like we can start, okay, from somewhere. So මෙතන දැන් ළමයි මොන හරි සිටුේෂන් එකක් වෙලා if you run out of space මොකක් හරි space එක මදි වුණොත් ම්, you all have less space ඒ කියන්නේ අඳින්න space එක මදි වුණොත් you all can start from the next page. Okay, එතකොට මොන හරි හේතුවක් හින්දා මෙතන space මදි වුණොත් අනිත් side එකේ start කරනවා නම් මෙතන 1 දැම්මා මෙතනත් 1 දාන්න. Mm. So you can put 1 here. So these are called connectors. මේවට කියන්නේ connectors කියලා. මෙතන 1 නම් මෙතනත් 1. ඒකට අපි connect කරන්නේ මේ විදියට. මෙතන 1 දැම්මොත් මෙතනත් 1. Then here even මෙතන මම දානවා is marks greater than or equal to 50 and less than 60, right? 60. So that is also a question. Every time, whatever you write, it should be a question inside these selection boxes. Always, හැමතිස්සම make a question එකක් වෙන්න ඕනේ. හරි? C grade. හරි? C grade. දැන් මට කියන්න දැන් now we completed no. So A grade කරා, B grade කරා, අන්න C grade උත් කරා. So මෙතන yes නම් මේක, no නම් මේක. දැන් ඊළඟට අපි මොකද කරන්නේ? What should we do next? ඊළඟට මොකද්ද කරන්න ඕන? If a student can answer, it's better. A grade ගත්තා, B grade ගත්තා. Now C grade හරි. What should we do next? ඊළඟට මොකද කරන්න? Give me, I'll give you two options. The options දෙකක් දෙන්නම් අපි either we can what like I'll give you two options, you can choose. Okay, you can I'll give you two options, you can give me the correct one. Mm. So one thing is you can just put an output here, or else you have to again ask the question. So first one is we can simply put an output here. We can after this one we can put an output, or else we can ask a question. So what which is the correct one? One or two? පළවෙනි instant එකද හරි දෙවෙනි එකද හරි? කෙලින්ම output එකක් දානවද? Are we directly directly putting an output here, or else we going to ask another question? තව question එකක් අහනවද? උඩ ඇහුවා වගේ. What do you all think? Okay, so I got one answer. What about the others? What about the others? What do you all think? Okay, so I got another answer. Okay, let's see. Now, we have already asked all the scenarios. නේද? දැන් මෙතන තිබ්බ ඔන්න we have asked whether it is 75. Okay. So if it is not 75 ළමයි, let's say it doesn't fall above 75, then input කරපු marks it's not greater than 75. දැන් එතකොට එක මේක ignore කරනවා. දැන් A grade එකක් හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. The student will not get an A grade. Then we are checking the second instances. We are checking the second instance. What is the second instance? Is marks greater than 60 and less than 75. So we are checking the second instance. So we are getting a B grade. Mm. But now let's say still the marks doesn't fall on into this category. May marks මේ category එකට අයිති වෙන්නේ නැහැ කියලා හිතන්නකෝ. The marks doesn't fall to this particular category. Mm. So if it doesn't fall to this category, then we are checking the next one. ඊළඟ එක බලනවා. ඊළඟ එක check කරනවා. What is the next one? Is marks greater than or equal to 50 and less than 60? 50 වලට වඩා වැඩිද වැඩි හෝ සමාන වෙන්න ඕනේ නැත්නම් කොහොමත් 60 වලට වඩා අඩු වෙන්නත් ඕනේ. So if we are checking this one, okay, we are checking this one. So if it still doesn't fall into this category, මේ category එකටත් අයිති නැත්නම් ඒ කියන්නේ ළමයි this student has failed the exam නේ. මේ student exam එක fail වෙලානේ නේද? If the marks doesn't fall into any of these categories, that means the student has failed the exam, right? Okay, so anyhow the marks will be between 0 to 100, right? So if let's say the student has got 40, so student has got 40 marks, correct? So 40 marks first selection එක ignore කරනවා. So no, මේකට අයිති වෙන්නේ නැහැ. It doesn't belong to this category. Then it checks we are checking the next one. So in the algorithm we are checking the next instances. Still no, 40 doesn't fall into this category. Then now we are checking the third instance. Okay, third instance. So it now the marks is still it doesn't fall into the third category as well. Third එකට අයිති වෙන්නේත් නැහැ. 50 වලට වඩා වැඩි වෙන්න එපා. දැන් 40 එතකොට ඒ category එකට අයිතිත් නැහැ. Now that means the student has failed the exam. Okay, now we don't have to again ask the question like is marks greater than, we don't have to ask this one, right? මේක ආයිත් අහන්න ඕනේද? Is marks less than 50 කියලා මේ question එක අහන්න ඕනේද? Do we have to ask this question? No, right? We don't have to ask this question because the thing is, like we don't really need, if we are asking this question, it's not wrong. වැරදි නැහැ. හැබැයි අපි නිකම් program එකේ මේ වැඩිපුර දෙයක් අනවශ්‍ය දෙයක් we are like when we are programming, if we put something like this, it's not wrong, but we are putting an unnecessary code, right? අපි unnecessary code එකක් මෙතන enter කරනවා. unnecessary දෙයක් ලියනවා. So in the exam, the examiner, they will check for that particular thing as well. ඒකත් අනිවාර්යෙන් බලනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ ඔයගොල්ලන්ට ඒ වගේ දෙයක් ඉග්නෝර් කරන්න තේරුණාද කියලා. ඉතින් මෙහෙම එකක් ලියන්න එතකොට ළමයි අපි අවශ්‍ය වෙන්නේ නැහැ. හරිද? So we don't have to type this one. We can directly put the output. We can directly put the output. So if the marks doesn't fall into any of these categories, මේ categories එකකටවත් marks අයිති නැත්නම් marks අයිති වෙන්නේ නැත්නම් that means the student is getting an F grade. So when you are drawing flowcharts, do a better job than me. මට වඩා හොඳට කරන්න. You all definitely need to use rulers පාවිච්චි කරන්න. මාර නීට් එකට flowchart එක අඳින්න. Okay, so F grade, then finally we can end the flowchart. So we have given all the outputs ටිකක් දුන්නා. එහෙනම් අපි flow chart එක end කරා. So මේ අන්තිම instance එක, this is very important, because if the marks doesn't fall into any of the categories, that means the student has failed. එහෙනම් student අනිවාර්යෙන් the student has definitely got a mark below 50. If it if it doesn't fall into any of the above three categories, so that means the student has definitely got somewhere below 50. So in the question, they don't ask us to check whether it is a U grade, or else they don't ask us to check whether it is a D grade or a E grade. They are simply just saying if it is less than 50, it is F grade. Question එකේ කියලා තියෙන්නේ 50 වලට අඩු නම් අනිවාර්යෙන් F grade එකක් කියලා. වෙන දෙයක් check කරන්න කියලා කියන්න. හරි? So be careful in these instances. Now, still the flow chart. Now we still didn't finish our job. තාම ඉවර නැහැ. අපි මේ outputs අපි මෙහෙම තියන්න බෑ. We can't keep them floating. In Sinhala we call like පාවි මෙහෙම තියන්න බෑ. We should like join them to our normal flow. Okay, we should connect them to the normal flow of the flow chart. මේ යන flow එකට අපි connect කරන්න ඕනේ. අපි මේව ටික ළමයි මෙහෙම ගත්තා. dot connect එකක් මෙතනින් 2 කියලා දාන්න පුළුවන්. මෙතනින් 2 කියලා start කරන්න පුළුවන්. You all have to connect it here, right? මෙන්න මෙතනට connect කරන්න ඕනේ. And this one even. Now it is over. So everything is ending. Finally, the flow chart is ending, right? A grade එකක් හම්බුණත් flow chart එක මෙතනින් ඉවර වෙනවා. If it is a B grade, still the flow chart will end here. මෙතනින් ඒක ඉවරයි. C grade, even if the student gets a C grade, the flow chart will end. Even if the student gets an F grade, still the flow chart will finally end. Okay, so whatever we are starting, it needs to be finished. අපි පටන් ගත්ත flow chart එක අනිවාර්යෙන් මෙතන end එකෙන් ඉවර වෙන්න ඕන. So remember, you can't keep them just lying around. මේ outputs නිකන් තියන්න බෑ. Every output must finally connect to the end. අනිවාර්යෙන් මේ ඔක්කොම end එකට connect වෙන්න ඕනේ. Did you all understand this whole question? So we are using around 3 selections. We have to use around 3 selections. Selections 3ක් විතර පාවිච්චි කරනවා. Selections 3ක් විතර පාවිච්චි කරනවා. ඊට A grade, B grade, C grade, F grade කියලා වෙන් කරන එක තමයි කරන්නේ. Did everyone understand? Did anyone draw this before me? මං අඳින්න කලින් ඇඳලා එක හරිද? Okay, good. What about the others? Did you all understand? Do you want me to explain it again? I'd explain කරන්නද තේරුණාද? Okay, good. What about the others? What about the others? Did you all understand? So this is very simple question, no? So input marks, if it is greater than 75, here's A grade. No, then we are checking the marks are greater than 60 and less than 75. If it is here's B grade, if it is still no, ඒත් එහෙම නැත්නම් ඊට පස්සේ බලනවා if the marks are greater than or equal to 50 and less than 60. If it is yes, then C grade. If it is still no, එකක්වත් නැත. If the marks doesn't belong to any of the above categories, then that means the student has got an F. එහෙනම් ඒ කියන්නේ student ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන F එකක්. එහෙනම් අපි flow chart එක එතනින් output එක දීලා we are giving the output and then we are ending the flow chart. Okay. So y'all can get a screenshot of this. If y'all, okay, I'll give y'all time to get this down into your notebook. Notebook එකේ ලියා ගන්න ළමයි ලියාගෙන take your notebooks out and write this down. You don't have to use these connectors if you are using a CR book ළමයි. Then of course ඉඩ ඇති ඔයගොල්ලන්ට. Y'all have plenty of space if you are using a CR book. So get this down into your writing book. Mikeliagan. Once you have got this down, give me a reaction, or else you can drop me a message. So quickly draw this in your writing books. So once you copy this right now, you don't have to look at the recordings. Recording එක බලන්න ඕනේ. So get this down into your writing book. So you don't have to use any of these connectors. ඉඩ තියෙනවා නම් CR book එකක් වගේ න ඉඩ තියෙනවනේ මේ you don't have to use these connectors if you're having a CR book. So quickly get this into your writing books. So I'll give you a few minutes. So once you do, just drop me a message. So did y'all understand? If y'all have any doubts, Lama, you all have time. It's not like the revision class. Hmm? This revision class students are, of course, where they are very much active. They give the marks because they quickly give the answers because they only have like 4 months more. So you all have time, but still pay attention to the class because ICT is not a very hard subject. Mm. ICT අමාරු subject එකක් නෙවෙයි. You can easily score. There is very much less to study. ගොඩාක් study කරන්න නෑ, but you all have to understand it. That's the main thing. Mm. You all have to understand it. Understand the concept. Mm. You might not get the exact question in the exam, but still you might get somewhat similar to this. So if you didn't understand it, if you didn't understand, මේක තේරුම් ගත්තේ නැතිනම් ඒ ඕන questions කරන්න අමාරුයි. So you all have to understand first. So if you all have doubts, please ask. So I'll give you the time until 7. You can copy this now. Or else if you all are done, you can just drop me a message. Okay. So I think y'all have uh, written this one. So if you all still haven't driven, just drop me a message. Do you all need more time? Time more in the Okay, good. What about the others? Do you all need more time? The time more in the lama. Okay, so let's move to the next one. Next question. Okay, now let's look at the next question. Alright. So we did this one. So this was the question we did. අපි මේ උඩ එක කරේ. ඊළඟ එක බලමු. Consider a situation where the teacher comes to the class and marks the attendance of the students. Okay. So consider a situation where the teacher comes to the class and marks the attendance of the students. If the student is present, then it is marked as 1 and absent, it is marked as 0. Assume there are only 30 students in the class. Now, before doing the second question, I think it is better if we do this one. Next, we'll skip this question for a second. Make a පොඩ්ඩකට තියමු. Because it's a repetition question. So before going to repetitions වලට යන්න කලින් අපි මේක බලලා ඉමු. හරි. Draw a flow chart for a situation. Draw a flow chart for a situation where the students would be put into houses according to the mod 4 of their registration number. Okay. Now let's see. මොකක්ද කියන්නේ students would be put into houses according to the mod 4. According to the mod 4. Mod 4 in the sense students like then මෙහෙම ගන්නකො mod 4 එකක් කියනලම it is basically if we do the modulus mod කියන්නේ modulus වලට you all probably might have already learned it in maths වල ඉගෙනගෙන ඇති හැබැයි අපි mod 4 කියලා මම නිකන් explain කරන්න දැන් අපි හිතමුකෝ for example we had something like 17. Let's say we had something like 17 mod 4. So what we do is we divide 17 by 4. We divide 17 by 4 and we put the remainder. Remainder is the answer actually. So 17 mod 4, the answer would be, the modulus of this one would be 1. Because if we divide 17 by 4, so 1 is remaining, right? So we get 4, but then we have a remaining 1. Remaining එකක් තියෙනවානේ. The remaining is the answer. So mod 4 කියලා අපි mean කරන්නේ ඒකට. So we are basically finding the modulus. Modulus is like in this instance the answer would be 1. So let's say if it was 19, okay, 19, the answer would be 3. 20 mod 4, the answer would be 0. Answer is 0. Correct? So ඉතින් මොකද there is no remaining, right? Remainder එකක් නැහැනේ, කිසිම remainder එකක් අපිට හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැනේ. If we divide 20 by 4, we don't get any remainings, right? Remainders, right? So the modulus would be 0. Correct? So that is how the modulus or else the mod works. Now, what in the question what they are saying is, uh, the question what they are saying is, they're telling us that if the remainder is zero, the house is Vijaya. Remainder එක zero නම් house එක විජයලු. If the remainder is 1, the house is ගැමුණු. Remainder 1 නම් house එක ගැමුණු. If the remainder is 2, the house is Rajasingha. If the remainder is 3, then the house is Parakrama. Hmm. So what happens is, now normally these are the names of these school houses, right? I don't know about your schools, but normally in most of the schools, the house names would be the names of the kings. These these in the history book we had certain kings, right? So normally their names would be the house names. දැන් එහෙම ගත්තොත් මේක කියනවා අපේ registration number එක ගන්න. Registration number එක අරගෙන ළමයි we divide it by 4. Normally this would be the method that your school uses. Huh? Now in certain schools they are using this method. So you take the registration number, divide it by 4. If there is no remainder එකක් නැත්තම්, then house එක විජය කියලා දෙනවා. You categorize that student into the Vijay house. If the remainder is 1, then the house is Gamunu. If the remainder is 2, then the house is Rajasingh. If the remainder is 3, then finally the house would be Parakram. So those 4 options will only be there, right? If you take modulus 4, those 4 options are the only stuff which are available. Like the remainder will never become 4, no? Since we are dividing by 4, the remainder will never become 4. The remainder will never become 5. The remainder will never become 6. Right? ඉතින් මේ විදියට තමයි categorize කරන්න. හරිද? Now let's draw the flow chart. So y'all can so I'll give you all like 5 minutes, or else I'll give y'all let's say, yeah, I'll give y'all 5 minutes. Just try to draw the flow chart for this one. මේකට අඳින්න බලන්න flow chart එක. Y'all, if it is possible, it's better if y'all draw the flow chart and send me through WhatsApp, or else just put a photo through Zoom even. If you could drop me on through WhatsApp or else Zoom, answer දාන්න පුළුවන් නම් it's way better. Them normally, now this also uses the previous methods. Now look at the previous question. Previous question is basically we are considering the marks. කලින් ප්‍රශ්නේ කලින් question එකේ ළමයා consider කරේ marks ටික, right? Now in this question we are considering the remainder. So we are just it's the same structure. There are only few words will be changed. පොඩි words ටිකක් වෙනස් වෙන්නේ. නැත්නම් එකම structure එක තමයි. So try to draw the flow chart for this. Just quickly, just quickly draw the flow chart for this one. Hmm? කලින් විදියම තමයි. It's the same thing which we did last time. එකම විදිය. Only a few words will be changed. Otherwise, it's the same thing. Hmm? So did you all try? So just drop me a message if you have tried the question. let's see. Hmm? So while I'm doing the question, y'all can also try the question. Huh? So let's see the answers. Okay, so uh, we start the flowchart. So ඔක්කොටම කලින් start කරලා ඉන්න ඕනේ flowchart එක. හරි? So we start the flowchart. Now what is the input? In this case, what would be the input? මේ situation එකේදී input එක මොකද්ද? What is the deciding factor? මොකද්ද තීරණය කරන්නේ මේ ළමයාගේ house එක මොකද්ද කියලා? What decides the what should be the house of this student, this particular student? What is the input? මොකද්ද අපි දාන input එක? Hmm? So input admission. Let me write it properly. So input admission number, right? So we need the admission number නේ. Admission number එකේ පෑලම. So we should input the admission number because it is the deciding factor. ඒක තමයි තීරණය කරන්නේ. හරි? So we input the admission number. Admission number එක input කරනවා. හරි? ඊට පස්සේ then after that, so after inputting the admission number, we should get the remainder, right? We should get the remainder. So getting the remainder, so we should get the remainder first. So remainder equals remainder equals admission number mod 4. Okay, so getting the admission number, then mod 4. Now this is a process. So since it is a process, it would be a rectangle. So now we have got the remainder. Remainder equals my admission number modulus 4. So what happens is admission number එක 4ෙන් බෙදෙනවා. 4ෙන් බෙදලා remainder එක තමයි ගන්නෙ. හරි. ඊට පස්සේ අහනවා ළමයි is remainder equal to 0. remainder එක 0 වලට equal ද 0 වලට equal නම් හරි 0 වලට equal නම් the house is Vijay right Vijay house එක එහෙනම් Vijay කියලා ලියනවා. So if the uh, remainder is equal to 0 remainder එක 0 නම් Vijay would be the house. So it would be the Vijay house. Vijay house එකට තමයි belong වෙන්නේ. Then the next instance is remainder equal to 1. So here it should be yes, here it should be no. Then if the remainder is not 0, we should check the next one. 0 නෙවෙයි ඊළඟ එක බලන්න බෑ remainder එක 1 නම් කවුද අපි කියන්නේ 1 නම් ගැමුණු house එක. So it would be the ගැමුණු house. So it would be the ගැමුණු house. Now I will have to use a connector, but if y'all have a CR work, it's fine. You don't have to put any connectors. නේ. මෙතන yes, no දාන්න ඕනේ. මට ඉඩ නැති හින්දා I'll be using a connector. So I'm ending from 1. මං end කරන්නේ 1 වලින්. I start කරන්නේ තමයි 1 වලින්. හරිද? So the remainder is equal to 1 ගැමුණු. Then after that then is remainder equal to 2. Is remainder equal to remainder එක දෙක නම් yes remainder එක දෙක නම් if the remainder is 2 what is the output එක මොකද remainder එක දෙක නම් රාජ සිංහ රාජසිංහ තමයි house එක හරි so if the remainder is 2 then the student will be going to the Rajasinghe house හරි now I'm asking y'all again දැන් ආයිත් අහන්නම් are we asking another selection or else are we directly putting the output දැන් අපිට මෙතන ආයිත් තියෙනවා ළමයි තව එකක් තියෙනවා if the remainder is 3 if the remainder is 3 then the house is Parakrama so do we have to ask that question once again ආයිත් ඒ question එක අහන්න ඕනේද කලින් question එකේ we had the same problem in the first question which we did as well so do we have to ask that question again ආයිත් අහන්න ඕනේද do we have to ask that whether the remainder is 3 okay so I got one answer what about the others what do y'all think do I have to ask the question again Do I have to ask the question again, like whether the remainder is 3? එහෙම ප්‍රශ්නයක් අහන්න ඕනේද? Ah, so, yes, correct. So we don't have to ask the question once again නේද? හරි. ආයිත් අහන්න ඕනේ නෑ ළමයි මොකද we have already checked the other choices which we have, right? We have already checked all the other choices. So if it is 0 Vijay, if the remainder is 0 Vijay, if the remainder is 1 Gamunu, if the remainder is 2 Rajasinghe, දැන් ඊට පස්සේ ආයෙත් තියෙන remainder 3 නේ ළමයි. obviously ඔය එකකටවත් අයිති නැත්නම් remainder එක වෙන්නේ 3. If the student doesn't, if this admission number doesn't give any of these remainders above, if the remainder is, if the remainder is not 0, if the remainder is not 1, if the remainder is not 2, then obviously the remainder will be 3. එහෙනම් අනිවාර්යෙන්ම remainder එක වෙන්නේ 3. Hmm? So we don't have to again ask that question. ඒ ප්‍රශ්නය ආයිත් අහන්න අවශ්‍ය නැහැ. We don't have to ask that question. So we can simply put, I can simply put the output. So what was the last one? Parakram. Okay. So I can put the last one as Parakrama. Hari, did you all understand? So if the student doesn't belong to any of these houses, then obviously the final one would be Parakrama. නැතුව can student කෙනෙක්ට house එකක් නැති වෙන්නේ නැහැ ළමයි. Student will, of course, the student will get a house. Definitely the student will get a house, right? So uh, so if he doesn't get into any of them, then obviously he would be get selected to Parakram. So you don't have to find at the end, you don't have to ask this particular question. Is the remainder equals 3? A question එක අවශ්‍ය නැහැ. Hmm? Because if you ask that question, it is it is theoretically it's fine, but practically it's not good. Okay, so this question, so student is asking me to repeat it once again. So I'll explain it once again. So this, we are doing this particular question, Puta. So in this question, so in this 11th slide, first question. Okay, so my numbering is kind of different, but anyhow, we are doing this question, the first one. So in this one, uh, they're asking us to draw a flowchart where students would be put into houses. So in your schools, you all have houses, right? So you all have, you might have different names in your school, but uh, anyhow, normally in schools we have around 4 houses. So what we do is we take the admission number, of the student, or as in here it says the registration number. So we take the registration number, okay, and we get the mod 4. Mod in the sense the modulus. Mm. So modulus in the sense you might have learned it in maths වල ඉගෙනගෙන ඇති. හැබැයි මම නිකන් කියන්න. And then normally modulus එකක් කියන්නේ if we take 17 mod 4, okay, 17 mod 4, the answer would be 1. Okay, the answer is 1. 1 in the sense this is we are getting the remainder. Mm. So we can't get a whole number, right? If we divide 17 by 4, we are not getting a whole number. සම්පූර්ණ ගානක් හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහෙනි. So the remainder, there will be a 1 remaining, right? So that is the answer. Mm. If we get 16 mod 4, the answer is 0 because there is no remainder. Remainder එකක් නැහැ. 16 will definitely divide by 4. So remainder එකක් නැහැ. Remainder is 0. If we do like 15 mod 4, okay, so the remainder would be 3, right? Because 12 is there, 12, 13, 14, 15. So there will be 3 remaining. So 3 remaining. So the remainder, the answer would be 3. So what we do is we are getting the modulus of the registration number. So if the remainder is 0, so if there is a remainder as 0, then the student will belong to the Vijay house. If the remainder is 1, the house would be Gamunu. If the remainder is 2, the house would be Rajasingh. So these are the names of the houses. Meva may houses වල නම් දැන් normally in your schools එක එක නම් තියෙනවා Thomas කියයි Oswald කියයි එක එක නම් තියෙනවා. So y'all might have different names, but මම මේ නිකන් normal common names ටිකක් කිව්වා. So if the remainder is 3, the house would be Parakrama. Harry. So that is the question which we are having. So what you should do is you should categorize the students into the correct houses. So what is the deciding factor? What decides that the student belongs to this house? What should be the input for this algorithm? මොකද්ද මේකට input අපි කරන්න ඕනේ? Hmm. So the input, will be the admission number. But in this question it said registration number, but I have put the admission number here. It's fine now. You can. I have made a mistake, but I mean, let's change the question a little. It's easy for me. Okay, let's put here admission number. Then it's better. Okay, now it's fine. So okay, so admission number. So we are inputting the admission number. Okay. Now we should get the remainder. Now we know how to get the remainder. So admission number mod 4. We don't know what's the admission number. We don't, it doesn't really matter. The algorithm doesn't need to know. In the program, we don't have to put any admission number. So that is an input which the user is giving. User then input එකක්. ඉතින් ඒක අපි දන්නේ අපි normally කියන input admission number කියලා. So the user will input an admission number. Then we are getting the mod 4 of that one. So mod 4 will give a remainder, okay, a remainder between 0, 1, 2, and 3. So the remainders would be either 0. If the admission number exactly divide by 4, then the remainder would be 0. Okay. Or else the remainder එකක් තියෙයි 1 කියලා. Or else the remainder would be 2. The remainder would be 3. That's it. You don't get another value, right? You don't get the remainder as 4. No? If you divide by 4, you will never get a remainder as 4. You will never get a remainder as 5 or any of the above values, right? So you would only get these 4 values. Now we are asking the first question. Is the remainder equal to 0? Okay. Okay, good. So is the remainder equal to 0? So if it is yes, in the question I have said, so if the remainder is 0, the house is Vijay. Okay, so the student goes to the Vijay house. Or else now, if it is no, okay, if it is not 0, then we are going down no. Then we are again asking the question. Again, we are asking the question, is the remainder equal to 1? If it is yes, then the house would be Gamunu. According to the question, yes, the house is Gamunu. Okay. Now I have used a connector here because the thing is I don't have much space below. Now if y'all are writing in a CR book, then it's fine. Y'all have plenty of space, right? But in my screen I don't have space here, so I have started from here. So I am using a connect. Me connect එකක් තමයි use කරලා තියෙන ළමයි. Connect in the sense I should end the flow chart with the 1 and I should start with the 1. Okay, so that is how we use a connector when it comes to flow chart. Hurry. So I have used a connector here. So now the Gamunu is there, but if the student doesn't belong to Gamunu, we are again asking the question, is the remainder equal to 2? So if it is yes, the student will go to Rajasingh. Now the next thing is, now there is another one, there is another thing called, if the remain, in the question it says if the remainder is 3, then the house is Parakrama. Now, Puta, we don't have to again ask that question, right? We don't again have to ask that whether this remainder is 3. Because the thing is, if the student doesn't have either 0 or 1 or 2, then obviously the remainder will be 3, no? So if the student doesn't belong to any of these categories, then obviously the remainder is 3. Then obviously the student will be going to Parakrama house, right? You don't again have to ask the question whether the remainder equals 3. Now, if you ask that question, it's not wrong, but when we are programming Puta, it's not a good habit to do that, because we are wasting the code, we are wasting the number of lines. Okay, it's an unnecessary code we are typing. Hmm? අනවශ්‍ය දෙයක්, unnecessary දෙයක්, unnecessary content එකක්. So yes, so good that you understood. So finally the student will be going to Parakrama. Okay, now after this one, so after this one we can end the flow chart. So we can end the flow chart. Okay, we can end the flow chart. Now these connectors. Good. So these connectors, now one another thing. Now still we haven't finished. Okay. So these outputs, they cannot be like floating around. Pavi තියෙන්න බෑ. These Vijay, all these Gamunu, all these outputs, it should once again connect to the flow chart. Okay. So we should join them. So we can use another connector like, let me refresh it once again. Okay. Wait, I'm running into the same problem again and again. Wait. Okay, so I'm putting 2 here. Then I can join this one. So Vijaya and Gamuni is joined, and then I can start from here once again. Okay, I'm starting from here. 2. So I'm ending from 2. I'm starting from 2. And I should end this one at the very in the correct place. It's not always here. හැමතිස්සෙම මෙතන නෙවෙයි. හැබැයි දැන් මේකෙදි නම් මෙතන තමයි. In most of the question it should end here, but in some questions of course you will have to end somewhere in the middle as well. Mm. But in this case all these outputs will be finally connecting to the end. So did everyone understand this question? It's not a very hard one. Just a bunch of selections are there. Okay, so if you all have any doubts, you can ask. If not, you can copy this down. So I'll give you some time. You can copy this down to your writing books. Then after that, we'll look at the next question. So get this down quickly. If you all have any doubts, you can ask. Yes, it's fine if you. So when the number of connectives are increasing, in the sense now normally it would be two. So it won't be like getting more than that. So it's fine if you just put another three here and start from here. And on also now we don't exactly have to put one and two. Mm. Even if we put even if I put here put a two and start from two here, it's fine. Okay. So normally now when it comes to normal procedure, we are putting one, two, and three. We go on like that. But it doesn't really matter if I even if I start from two even. දෙකෙන් පටන් ගත්ත කියලා එක issue එකකුත් නෙවෙයි. It's a form of a symbol. Okay, it's actually a symbol which we are trying to show. We are just trying to show that the flow is ending from this particular place and it starts from the other place. So once you have done copying, y'all can put a message or else give me a reaction, please. If y'all are finished. Okay, good. What about the others? Are y'all done? Okay, what about the others? Okay, good. So, so let's see the next one. Next question. Okay. Next one. Now we have the second question as find the largest number out of the 10 numbers. Now before that one, let's look at the okay. Now before doing that question, so let's just keep this question, keep the second question for a while. Okay. Let's first do the third one. Draw a flowchart to print the numbers from 1 to 10. Draw a flowchart to print the numbers from 1 to 10. So it is not a very big question, but the process is kind of, it's not hard, but uh, kind of different. Okay, you should use repetition. Mm. So draw a flowchart to print the numbers from 1 to 10. Okay, so you should draw a flowchart. So in the flowchart, you should print the numbers from 1 to 10. So I'll do this question because y'all haven't done this before, no? This type of question before. No? මෙහෙම question එකක් කරලා නැහැ. So I'll do this question, okay, before y'all try, because let's see. So this is a repetition. So let's look at what is a repetition. So repetition in the sense my repetition and these iteration it's same. Repetition. So this is a repetition and iteration. It's the same thing. So what happens is the flow chart will repeat, okay, will repeat number of times until a certain condition is met. Hmm? So it will repeat over and over again until a condition is met, and once it is done මොකක් හරි condition එකක් met වෙනකම් මේක repeat වෙනවා. So once the condition is done, ඒ condition එක satisfy වුණ ගමන් මේක අපේ repetition එක නවතිනවා. Hmm. So that is how the iteration or else the repetition works. Correct? Now let's see. Uh, so we are supposed to use that. So in order to do this question, we are supposed to use. So in order to do this question, we are supposed to use that method. Draw a flowchart to print the numbers from 1 to 10. හරි. අපි බලමු. Okay. So let me clear this one. Okay. So what you are supposed to do is you are supposed to print numbers from 1 to 10. So start from 1 and it should end with 10. So we are supposed to use iteration. It's not like in the small days, right? Podikal, in grade 6, when you get a question like this, you just write the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 as the input, and the flowchart is done. Podikal, එහෙම නේද උඩ ලියනවනේ 1 to 10 කියලා ලිව්වා. ඉතින් ඉවරයි. ඊට පස්සේ flowchart එක output වෙනවා ඉවරයි. Now, we are in the O level class, so we should use, if we get a question like this, we are supposed to use repetition, or else iteration. Okay. Now, this is how we do a question like this. So we start. Okay. We start the flowchart. And next, what I am going to do is I am going to introduce a variable. I am going to introduce a variable called count equals 0. Okay. I'm going to introduce a variable called count. Okay. So the count is equal to 0. Correct? Or else let's just start like the count is equal to 1. That is easy for us. Because we should print the numbers from 1 to 10. We are supposed to print the numbers from 1 to 10. So 1 to 10. So let's start uh, with 1. So if they tell us to start with 0, we could start with 0. But now it is easy where we can start from 1. So this is called a variable. So what is a variable? Variable, it is it is an object which saves a value in an algorithm. ඇල්ගොරිතම් එකක් ඇතුලේ අපිට වැලිව් එකක් සේව් කරගන්න යූස් කරන අපි මෙතඩ් එකට තමයි ළමයි we called an algorithm. Sorry, a variable. Algorithm එකක් ඇතුලේ the method which we use to save a value. value එකක් මොන හරි අගයක් save කරන්න පාවිච්චි කරන එකට තමයි අපි ඔය variable එකක් කියලා කියන්නේ. So count is equal to 1. Now we should print the count. Once I do this question, you all will fully understand. Okay. So so output, what should be the output? Output will be count. Okay. Output will be count. Now I'm asking a question. Okay. Is count less than or equal to 10? Okay. Or else so this is 10. Okay, so I'm asking is count less than or equal to 10? Okay, so still the count is 1, right? So still the count is 1. So yes. So if it is yes, what I am going to do is okay, I'm going to increase the count. Count equals count plus 1. So count equals count plus 1. Okay, plus 1. Plus 1. Okay, so I'm going to increase the count by 1. Then after that, I'm going to again output. Alright. So once this is not satisfied, I am going to end the flowchart. Okay, I'm going to end the flowchart. Now that's it. So this is how we draw this flowchart. Okay, so let's see. Then start kara. Okay, we start the flowchart. Okay, then after that, we are setting a variable, so it shouldn't always be count. You can put x equals 1, c equals 1, f equals 1. anything. A number equals 1, but make sure like ඔයගලන්ට ඕන එකක් දාන්න පුළුවන්. මෙතන ප්‍රශ්න x equals 1 count ම දාන්න ඕනේ x equals 1 c equals 1 f equals 1 number equals 1, but that particular variable name should be repeated in every place as well. Instead of count, you are supposed to use x. So if you put x equals 1 at the top, it should be output x. Is x less than or equal to 10? Yes. X plus 1. ඒක හරියට එන්න ඕනේ. So if you can put any name for the variable, right? It doesn't really matter. Okay, you can put any name for the variable. So let's see. So count equals 1. Okay, so first thing is count equals 1, then we output count, right? So what is the first output? So I'm writing the outputs here. So first output would be 1. Then after that, we are asking whether the count is less than 10. Okay, so the now the count is less than 10 because still the count is 1. So we are now adding another 1 to the count. Now what is count? Then count එක මොකක්ද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ? එකක් add කරපු ගම. Previously the count was 1. Now we are adding another 1 to it. Count equals count plus 1. Now what is count? Then count එක So we add another 1 to the count. Now the count is equal to 2, right? Now the count is equal to 2. Now we are outputting the count. Now the output will be 2. We are once again asking whether the count is less than 10. If it is yes, okay, now we are again adding another 1. So 2 plus 1, now the count is 3. So we are outputting that as well. 3 කියලා output කර. Correct? Okay. Now once again we are asking whether the count is less than 10. So if it is no, we are again adding another 1. So now it would be 4. So we are outputting 4. So it goes on and on and on. So this would go on until the output is 10. So when it is equal to 10, so when it is okay, it shouldn't be equal. Okay, it shouldn't be equal because then if it is equal again, it goes up. No, so it should be just less than 10. Okay, so count is less than 10. Okay, so count එක less than 10 උනොත් විතරයි උඩට යන්නේ. Now the count is 10. So no, so the flow chart will end. So make sure I have done a previously, I have done a small mistake here. So it should be count less than 10. Right? Is count less than 10. So it goes on until this doesn't satisfy, doesn't satisfy when the count equals to 10. So obviously the flowchart will end. Did everyone understand this one? Okay, so did you all understand? So this is very easy, but so you should think, okay? So when you got a question, when you will obviously you will get questions like this. Now it has been asked in your levels, in the past papers as well. So this is how you draw it. It's very simple, but the only thing is there is a new thing called a variable. අලුත් එක්කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා variable කියලා. Okay, so y'all can quickly get this down. මේක ලියා ගන්න. And then I'll put all the slides to uh, the group so y'all can try out the remaining questions. So we skip certain questions, සමහර questions skip කරා. ඒවා try කරන්න පුළුවන්. Then we'll discuss them next week. So quickly, once you have get this down, please give me a reaction. Okay, so the variable, so we need to repeat this again and again, Puta. When it comes to a question like this, the flowchart will have to repeat itself again and again. Okay, so we have to introduce a variable in order to store the number. So within the flowchart, we will have to store the number. No? So first instance, the number will be 1. So the next instance, we are adding another 1 to it. So anyhow, the value should be stored, right? හැමතිස්සෙම we can't input every time. No, so in this kind of a flowchart, we don't have any inputs නැහැ. Mm. We don't have any inputs, so we can't always input 1 and then the output will be 1. We can't input 2 and then the output will be 2. It doesn't go like that. So it is an iteration. So we need to store the value. So in order to store a value, we are using a variable. So we can use any name for this variable. Now, normally when it comes to your exams, you should use a meaningful name. In programming, of course, you can use any name. Even your name can be used, but it's better if it is meaningful. So first instance, we are putting like count equals 1. Then we are outputting count, then the output will be 1. No? So they are asking us, so in the question, they are asking us to print the numbers from 1 to 10. So in the next, now we are asking whether the count is less than 10. So yes, so count equals to 1, so it is less than 10. Now we are adding another 1 to the count. Okay, so initially the count was 1. Now we are again adding another 1. Now count equals to 2. Okay. Now we are again outputting that one. So the output is 2. Then after that, once again, this will repeat itself and the next output will be 3. Then the next output will be 4. Now what we have done is using a variable, we are storing this value. We are storing a value. Okay. So we are using these variables in order to save a value in a algorithm. Did you understand? Good. So y'all got this down, right? Y'all wrote this one, right? හැමෝම ලියාගත්තද මේක? Okay. So then I'll put the remaining questions. So y'all can try the next one as well. So draw a flow chart to print the numbers from 10 to 20. That question එක පුළුවන්. ඒකත් පුළුවන් draw a flow chart to print the numbers from 10 to 20. And in the previous slide, you have this one. This second one, consider a situation where the teacher comes to the class and marks the attendance of students. If the student is present, marked as 1, absent 0. So you can try that question as well. So we'll discuss those questions next week. I'll drop the slides to the group. Uh, so let's end the class for today then. Okay. So good night, everyone. Okay, students. So let's start the class. So last week, actually, I couldn't do the class because there was some urgent matter. So last week, I couldn't do the class. So previous week, so not last week, the week before that. So we were discussing about flowcharts. Hmm. අපි flowcharts ගැන කතා කරා. Flowcharts වල basics discuss කරා. Hmm. Now we have to discuss about and we started the variables part. Variables පටන් ගත්තා. Hmm. How are we going to do variables? But I think we only did one question regarding this variables වල එක question එකයි කරේ. අපි බලමු what are the remaining questions we have. So let me share all the screen. Okay, so okay, so these are the remaining questions we are having. Uh, draw a flowchart to print the numbers from 10 to 20. Okay, draw a flowchart to print the numbers from 10 to 20. This one. Okay, so draw a flowchart to print numbers from 10 to 20. Okay, now this one. Uh, okay, so we actually started the flowchart lesson, Puta. We started the flowchart lesson. So currently, so we started in grade 11. We started for the grade 11, new grade 11. We started programming. So under programming යටතේ, so the first thing we have to discuss is flowchart. Flowcharts තමයි අපිට මුලින්ම discuss කරන්න තියෙන්නේ. ඉතින් අපි flowcharts වල අපි කරා questions කීපයක් කරා flowcharts questions. දැන් අපි යන්නේ variables use කරලා flowcharts අදින්න තමයි යන්නේ. Okay, so so you all have kind of done flowcharts before as well. කලිනුත් flowcharts කරලා තියෙනවා. අනිත් එක if you want you can get the recordings as well from the previous class, the first day and the second day, and this is the third day. මේ තුන්වෙනි දවස recordings ගන්නත් පුළුවන්. හරි. එතකොට okay, so අපි මෙතන start කරනවා. So we start the flowchart. Okay. Now the thing with variables is, now look at the question. So in the question they are saying, so after the class send me a message, then I'll send me a message with your email. So after the class send me a message with your email, and then I'll send you all the recordings. It should be a Gmail. Huh? So send me with your Gmail, send a message with your Gmail, then I'll forward the recordings. The first day, actually, the first day class is already in YouTube. It's in my channel, YouTube channel, but the second day is not there. So just send me a message, then I'll forward you the recordings. Okay. So start Karanwa. So we start the flowchart. Then after that, I should put variable. I should introduce a variable called x equals 0 or else count equals 0. But in this case, they are asking us to print numbers. No, okay, just wait a second. They're asking us to print numbers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to output count. All right. Then මෙතන output count කිව්වහම, when we output count, the output will be, the first output will be 0. Now that is a problem, right? So the first output එක අපිට මෙතන කියන්නේ flowchart එකේ 10 to 20 print කරන්න කියලා. But if we if we draw the flow chart like this, the output will be 0. The first output will be 0. But if I change this 0 to 10, the first output will be 10. මෙතන count එක 10 කියලා දැම්මොත්. In the previous question we did last week, අපි එතන කරේ මෙතන 0 තමයි. count එක 0 තිබ්බේ. But now we are putting the count as 10. So when we change the count to 10, the first output will be 10. Okay. After that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the count by 1. Okay. Increase the count by 1. Okay. Now I'm going to ask a question. Is count less than or equal to 20? Is count less than or equal to 20? So if it is yes, yes nang make උඩට යනවා. If it is no, the flow chart will end. Now this form of flow chart is called an iteration or else a repetition. මේවට කියනවා අපි repetition කියලාත් කියනවා or else iteration එකක් කියලාත් කියනවා. Because the reason we call it a repetition is because the flow chart will repeat number of times. Flow chart එක start කරලා ඉවර වෙලා මේක repeat වෙනවා කීප වතාවක්. So that's the reason why we call this a repetition. Flow chart එක start කරනවා. So in the very beginning we have count equals 10. So in the very beginning we had count equals 10. Then the output was count. Then පළවෙනි output එක 10. පළවෙනි output එක 10. හරි? Then we increase the count by 1. Count එකට ඔන්න එකක් add කරනවා. දැන් count එක 10යි 10ට එකක් add කරනවා. We add 1 to the count. දැන් count එකට 10ක් add වුණාම මෙයා කීයද? දැන් 10 මුලින් තිබ්බේ දැන් මෙයා 11 වෙලා. ඊට පස්සේ මෙතන අහනවා is count less than or equal to 20? count එක 20ට වඩා අඩුද නැත්නම් සමානද කියලා අහනවා. If it is yes ඔන්න yes නම් ඔන්න output කරනවා count. මෙතන එකක් add වුණානේ. ඒතකොට 10 නෙමෙයි 11. 11 ඔන්න output වෙනවා. Then after that again we are adding another one. තව එකක් add කරනවා. දැන් 12යි. අහනවා 12 20ට වඩා අඩුද සමානද? ඔව්. තාමත් අඩුයි නේද? එහෙනම් ආයිත් උඩට යනවා. Then after that again we are getting the output as 12. We are getting the output as 12. Then again after the next turn ඊළඟ පාර ඊළඟ එකේදී ආයිත් තව එකක් add වෙලා another one will get added. Okay. Now count is 13. We are asking whether 13 is less than 20. Yes, still it is less than 20. So it goes up and then we output 13. Then after that we get 14, we get 15, we get 16, we get 17, 18, 19. Okay. So count becomes 19. So output becomes 19. Then we add another 1. So then count becomes 20. We ask him whether 20 is less than or equal to 20. 20 is less than or equal to 20. 20ට වඩා අඩුද නැත්නම් සමානද? තාමත් ඕ. එහෙනම් 20ත් ඔන්න output කරා. Then count becomes 21. ඊළඟ turn එකේදී count එක ආයි 21 වෙනවා. දැන් අහනවා 21 less than the නැත්නම් equal to 20 වලට. Ask him whether 20 is less than or equal to 20. No, now the condition doesn't satisfy. Then condition එක satisfy කරන්නේ නැහැ. No, එහෙනම් flow chart එක end වෙනවා. So this is what happens when it comes to a iteration. So in order to iterate, in order for a repetition අපි මේ iteration එක මේ දේ කරන්න මේක මේ ආයිත් නැවත නැවත repeat කරන්න අපි use කරේ variable එකක්. We used a variable, a kind of a similar question we did last week, but it was from 0 to 10. Okay, it was from 0 to 10 output करा. අපි 0 to 10 output करा. But now we are outputting from 10 to 20. Then 10 ඉඳන් 20 වෙනකන් output එකක් තමයි කරන්නේ. හරි? So again, look at this one. So we start the flow chart. Okay. We introduce a variable. මොකක් හරි variable. It doesn't have to be count. Okay. I can put it as number. මේක මම number කියලා දැම්මත් අවුලක් නැහැ. ඔන්න number කියලා දැම්ම. එහෙනම් මෙයාවත් වෙනස් කරන්න වෙනවා number කියලා. මෙතනත් වෙනස් කරන්න වෙනවා number කියලා. Number equals number plus 1. Here even I have to change. Number. Correct? So number equals 10. We output the number. So the first output is 10. Okay. Then we increase the number by 1. Number එකට දැන් තියෙන number එකට තව එකක් add වුණා. So initially it was 10. We add another one. It becomes 11. So we are asking whether 11 is less than or equal to 20. Yes. So we output 11. So on output කරා 11 එක. යටට ගියා තව එකක් add වුණා. Then 12 අඩුද? Yes. Then we output 12. Then after that again we add another one. So number becomes 13. So 13. So 13 is less than or equal to 20. Yes. So we output 30. So it goes on and on again until we output from 10 to 20. Okay. So the question they're asking is draw a flowchart to print numbers from 10 to 20. So we have done that. We have output numbers from 10 to 20 and we have used a repetition for this. Okay, so this is number less than or equal to 20. Correct. So get this down to your writing book. So this is the question. This is the answer for that one. So I'll give you a few minutes to get this down. Okay. So, so this is not a very hard question. The only thing new for y'all is the use of variables. So you should understand the reason why we use a variable. The reason we are using a variable is to repeat the program, repeat the flowchart over and again. මේ variable එකක් මෙතන මේ පාවිච්චි කරේ මේ flowchart එක නැවත නැවත repeat කරගන්න ඕන හින්දා. මොකද නැත්තම් අපිට මුකුත් එහෙනම් මේක රිපීට් කරන්නත් බෑ. මෙහෙම උඩට අපි මේකේ යවුවේ මෙන්න මේ variable එකක් අපි introduce කරපු හින්දා. So when you do the next question, you will understand it more. Okay. So this one, uh, okay, we could do this one. Consider a situation where teacher comes to the class and marks the attendance of the student. So make a second එක. අපි first එක කරානේ last week. So second එක, consider a situation where the teacher comes to the class and marks the attendance of students. If the student is present, then it is marked as 1 and absent, it is marked as 0. Assume there are only 30 students in class. හරි. කොහොමද මොකක්ද question එකේ කියන්නේ? Question එකේ කියනවා teacher on a class එකට ඇවිත් teacher will come to the class and on attendance mark කරනවා. The teacher is marking the attendance. Now if the student is present ඇවිල්ලා නම් ඉන්නේ එහෙනම් 1 කියලා mark කරනවද absent නම් 0 කියලා mark කරනවා. Now that is very common thing. දැන් ඕක normal simple question එකක්. normal එක selection එකක් දාලා ඔන්න marking එක කරන්න පුළුවන්. But they have said, assume there are only 30 students in class. Now, let me question nigga. So I'll give you time to write the question down. You can write it down in your writing book. So first of all, write the question. So when you write the question, then after that, let's see. මුලින්ම question එක ලියා ගන්නකො. Second one, consider a situation where the teacher comes to the class and marks the attendance of the student. If the student is present, then it is marked as 1 and absent, it is marked as 0. Assume there are only 30 students in class. So first get down the question, then after that we'll discuss the answer. Okay. Okay. So let's see the question. Right. Now let's see the answer for this one. Okay. Now, uh, now it also, the thing is, it's a very easy question, but at the end they have said, assume there are 30 students in class, which means the, the question, it expects us to repeat the flowchart 30 times. That's the reason that they have given it. නිකන් දැන් අපි අපිට නිකන් normal විදියට අපි කරනවා නම් okay that input කරනවා name එක name එක input කරා present ද කියලා ඇහුවා is present මම මේ roughly අඳින්නේ present කිව්වා ඔව් නම් හරි එක කියලා mark කරා නැත්තම් ඔන්න බිඳුව කියලා mark කරා now this is a very easy question it is මෙතනින් end කරා මෙතනින් start කරා so that's it එච්චරයි කරන්න හැබැයි මෙතන කියනවා 30 students ලා ඉන්නවත් කියලා. That means they are expecting us to repeat the flow chart 30 times. Repeat 30 times, repeat කරයි කියලා expect කරනවා. Start කරනවා. And then I am introducing a variable called student equals 0. Okay. Student equals 0. හරි. Then after that, I input the name. ඔන්න ළමයාගේ නම ඔන්න input කරා. හරිද? ළමයාගේ නම input කරා. Then I increase or else මෙහෙම දෙයමුකෝ. හරි. I ask the question ඔන්න දැන් ටීචර්ට ඕනේ ළමයාගේ නමනේ input එක ගත්තා. ඔන්න නම input කරා. is student present ළමයා ඇවිල්ලාද කියලා අහනවා. If it is yes, අපි mark process එකක් විදියට දාමු. mark 1 no නම් මේ process ඒවා processes ඉඳ මම process boxes වල දානවා mark 0. කරන දේවල් හින්දා process සේවයේ දැම්මේ. හරි. අපිට ඕන output විදියට නිකන් print කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ කියන්නේ mark absent mark present කියලා. නැත්නම් output present output absent කියලා එහෙම ලිව්වත් අවුලක් නැහැ. හරි. Then after that I have another process which increase the student count by 1. ඔන්න මෙයාව එකකින් වැඩි කරනවා. එකකින් වැඩි කරා. හරි. So I increase the student count by 1. එකකින් ඔන්න student count එක වැඩි කරා. Student equal student plus 1. එකකින් වැඩි කරා. හරි. Then after that එකකින් වැඩි කරාට පස්සේ I'm going to ask a question. මම question එකක් අහනවා. Is student less than or equal to 30? 30ක්නේ ඉන්නේ. less than ද කියලා අහනවා. yes නම් ඔන්න ඊළඟ නම output කරා. හරි. no නම් flowchart එක. So I would end the flowchart. So this one cannot be just floating around. This one should also join here. මෙයාවත් මෙන්න මෙතෙන්ට තමයි join වෙන්න ඕනේ. මොකද ඇයි ඒ? මොකද ආයිත් තමයා ආවත් නැතත් ස්ටුඩන්ට් කියන එක එකකින් වැඩි වෙන්න ඕනේ කොහොම වුණා. So let's again look at the answer. Look at our answer. Look at the solution. So initially I have put student equals 0. Student equals 0 කියලා මොන variable එකක් introduce කරා. හරි. Start කරා. I introduce a variable called student equals 0. හරි. Then after that I input the name. මොන නම input කරා. Name එක input කරා. හරිද? Name එක input කරා. ඊට පස්සේ අහනවා is student present? ළමයා ඇවිල්ලාද ඉන්න present ද? Yes නම් I mark it as 1. Yes නම් උන්න mark කරා 1 කියලා. If it is no I mark it as 0. ළමයා ඇවිල්ලා නම් 1 කියලා mark කරා. ළමයා නැත්තම් උනේ 0 කියලා mark කරා. So that is normally what is happening in school. එහෙමනේ teacher කරන්නේ. ඔන්න ළමයාගේ නම කතා කරනවා. හරි. ළමයා ඉන්නවා නම් 1 කියලා mark කරා. නෝනම් 0 කියලා mark කරා. Then after that මෙන්න මේක තමයි අමුතු දේ. මේ ස්ටුඩන්ට් කියන එක ඔන්න එකකින් වැඩි වුණා. ඇයි ඒ? දැන් පළවෙනි ළමයා හරි. එයාව මාක් කරා. ඔන්න එකකින් තව එකකින් වැඩි වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ අහනවා is student less than or equal to 30. 30 වලට ඇවිද්ද තියෙන්නේ. yes නම් ඒ කියන්නේ no නම් ඔන්න එන්ඩුණා. yes නම් ආයිත් ගියා. මේක වෙන්න ඕනේ ළමයි මෙතන equal අවශ්‍ය නැහැ. less than 30 තිබ්බනම් හරි. Wait. If we put it as less than 30. Oh, අපි 0 වලින් පටන් ගන්න හින්දා මේක less than 30 තිබ්බනම් තමයි තියෙම හරි. එතකොට මේක yes වුණ ගමන් ආයිතුරට යනවා. no වුණ ගමන් condition එක satisfy වුණ නැති වුණ ගමන් ඔන්න flow chart එක end වෙනවා. හරි. So this is how we get the answer for that part. So the reason why we have introduced this one student කියන එක අපි දාලා තියෙන්නේ student කියලා variable එකක් introduce කරන්න main reason එක තමයි the only reason actually in order to repeat the flowchart number of times. flowchart එක කීප වතාවක් repeat කරගන්න ඕන හින්දා තමයි මේ student කියලා variable එකක් introduce වුනේ. හරි. So it's not a difficult question, but if you get something like this, so obviously for O levels they will question something like this. So variables දාන්න ඔයගොල්ලන්ට කියනවා. ඉතින් variable එක දාන්න ලොකුම reason එක තමයි අපි දැන් මෙහෙමයි. main reason එක අපි store කරගන්න value එකක්, but for any iterations වලට ඔය variables use කරන්න වෙනවා. So input කරා ඇහුවා ප්‍රසන්ද කියලා එහෙම ඔව් නම් 1 නම් නැත්නම් 0 වුණා. Then we increase the student count by 1. So initially student was 0, then 0 වලට එකක් add වුණා. එහෙනම් මෙයා 1යි. ඊට පස්සේ ආයෙත් ඊළඟ round එකේ දැන් student එක්කෙනා 1යි. එයාට එකක් add වුණාම එහෙනම් 2යි. හරි. And also remember this particular arrow මෙන්න මේ arrow එක අපි උඩින් තව ටිකක් උඩට දැම්මොත් එහෙම සම්පූර්ණයෙන් වැරදෙනවා. So let's say if we put the arrow here, then the whole thing is wrong. Because what happens, the program will never actually end. ඔන්න ළමෙක් කියන්නේ නමක් දැම්මා present කියලා ඇහුවා. හරි ඒ ටික හරි මෙහෙම ඇහුවා. ආයෙත් උඩට ගිහින් දැන් student count එක 1 වෙලා ආයෙත් student count එක 0 වෙනවා. ආයෙත් මෙතනට යනවා. Student count becomes 1. Again asking the same question. Then after that, again the student will become 0. මෙයා බින් ස්ටුඩන්ට් කියන එක නා 0 වෙනවා ආයෙත් 1 වෙනවා ආයෙත් 0 වෙනවා 1 වෙනවා 0 වෙනවා 1 වෙනවා නවතින්නේ ෆ්ලෝ chart එක එක දිගට රන් වෙනවා. ඉතින් එතකොට වැරදි. so student count එක ආයෙත් 0 වෙන්නේ නැහැ. යාව ඊළඟට වැඩි වෙවිනේ යන්න ඕනේ. ඒකෙන්ද we should be careful when joining these arrows as well. මේ arrows සම්බන්ධ කරද්දී careful වෙන්න ඕනේ. හරි. So if there are questions, you can ask. If there are any questions, or else get this down. Answer के लिए आ गए. Okay, so if there are any questions, you can ask as well.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah,
සර් මේ අර එක එක ෂේප්ස් තියෙන්නේ සර් අර ලියලා තියෙන එක මේ මොන වගේ සිටුේෂන්ස් වලද සර් ෂේප් එක දාන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන්?
Okay, okay. All right. I'll explain to y'all. So this one. So yeah, it was actually done in the first class, but let's see. Okay. So this one. Okay. So the first one, me palavini shape එක, okay. It is used for the start and the end. Start එකයි end එකයි. Start එකයි end එකයි. So only these two points. Then now normally then සමහර වෙලාවට ඒවා මෙහෙමත් අඳිනවා. ඔහොමත් අඳිනවා. Or else then සමහර papers වල වගේ නම් ওই print එකේදී සමහර වෙලාවට circle එකක්ම නිකන් ඇඳලා තියෙනවා. But anyhow, so it should be somewhat similar to the oval shape. So we are only putting start and end. Start එකයි end එකයි විතරයි. හරි. Then after that we have the rectangle. The rectangle. So the rectangle is used for a process. Process එකක් කරන දෙයක්. ක්‍රියාවකට. දැන් මෙතන mark 1. ඒ කියන්නේ teacher කරන දෙයක් it is normally done by the teacher. So it should be a rectangle. Not inclined one, a rectangle. හරි. Process එකට and also for in order to introduce variables introduce කරන්න අපි rectangle එක use කරනවා. Or else a process. Now normally, so in the first class we did certain examples and කරන දේවල් කිව්වොත් ඔය if I ask you all to draw a flow chart to make a cup of tea. තේ එකක් හදන්න flow chart එකක් අඳින්න කියනවා. අනේ පොඩි කාලේ අපි දුන්නේ. පොඩි කාලේ තිබ්බේ. So ඒ වගේ එකකදී there should be a number of processes ගොඩන්නේ තේ එකක් හදනවා කියන එක. So you get the sugar, you put sugar to the cup, then you put boiling, no, sorry. First of all, you put the boiling water, then you put sugar into it, then you put milk powder into it, you put tea into it, then you mix them. Mix කරනවා steps ගොඩක් නේ. So all those stuff are processes. ඒ වගේ මොන හරි process එකක් කරන දෙයක් තියෙනවා නම් ඒව අපි දාන්නේ ඔන්න ඔය rectangle shape එකේ. Then after that we have an inclined rectangle. ඇද වෙලා තියෙන rectangle එකක් තියෙනවා. Okay. Inclined rectangle. In this particular one, we put the input and the output. අපි flowchart එකකට අපි ඇතුළත් කරන දේවල්. මේ algorithm එක run කරන්න අපි දාන දේවල් වලට කියන inputs කියලා, and the results we get after that is called an output. හම්බෙන result එකට අපි කියනවා output එක කියලා. So both those stuff will be put into this type of shape. දැන් මෙතන නම් input name එක, so input name එක. In the previous question it was an output. කලින් එකේ output එකක් තිබ්බේ. So output එක අඳින්නෙත් මෙන්න මේ වගේ inclined rectangle එකක් ඇතුලේ. So input and output. And make sure that you draw the inclined rectangle to this particular side. If you draw it to the other side, it is wrong. So this is wrong. මෙහෙම අඳින්න. The incline should be to the left side. Left side එකට incline වෙලා තියෙන්න ඕනේ, නැත්තම් වැරදි. අනිත් පැත්තට incline කරලා හරියන්නේ නැහැ. Then after that we have this particular shape. මේක තියෙනවා. මේක අපි use කරන්නේ selection එකකට. Or else decision එකක්. Decision කියලාත් කියනවා. මොන හරි තීරීමක් කරන්න. Selection එකක්. So every time it should be a question. So inside this one you are asking a question every time. හැමතිස්සෙම question එකක් තමයි අහන්නේ. For example, දැන් මෙතන අහනවා is student present? ළමයා ඇවිල්ලාද ඉන්නේ? Yes නම් mark කරා 1, no නම් mark කරා 0. එතකොට හැමතිස්සෙම මෙතන එන්නේ එක පැත්තකට yes එනවා, අනිත් පැත්තට no එනවා. මේක වෙනස් වුණා කියලා කමක් නැහැ. If you can put yes here and no here, it doesn't matter depending on the situation. ඒ අවස්ථාව අනුව කැමති විදියට දාගන්න පුළුවන්. ඉතින් මේක මතක තියාගන්න ඕනේ. මෙතන එන්නේ හැබැයි මෙහෙම දෙකයි. ආයි මේ පැත්තට මොකවත් අඳින්න. මේ පැත් සයිඩ් එකට මුකුත් යන්නේ නැහැ. එක්කෝ මේ සයිඩ් එකට එයා නැත්තම් මෙහාට. It cannot go to three sides. පැති තුනටම යන්නේ නැහැ. So this is called a selection or else a decision. So you are always asking a question. හැමතිස්සෙම ප්‍රශ්නයක් තමයි එකේ අහන්නේ. හරි. Then after that you are using the normal arrows. Arrows ටික පාවිච්චි කරනවා. උඩට පල්ලෙහාට right side එකට left side එකට ඒකෙන් අපි කියන්නේ flow එක පෙන්වන්නේ. flow chart එකේ කියන්නේ ගලා යන පැත්ත direction එක තමයි පෙන්වන්නේ. Then after that we have another symbol actually. It is called a connector. Connector කියලා එකකුත් තියෙනවා. connectors use වෙන්නේ දැන් මෙතන නම් මම normally නම් මම use කරන්නේ මගේ board එකේ ඉඩ තියෙන හින්දා but connectors I use, let's say I'm running out of space මට ඉඩ නැති වෙනවා කියලා මේක ලියන්න. දැන් ඔයගොල්ලෝ ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ paper එකේ වගේ ඔන්න flow chart එක අඳින්න you don't have any space after that. You are running out of space. ඉතින් ඒතකොට ළමයි අර එක කොහොම හරි පොඩියට හරි ඇඳලා එතන එක තැන ගොඩ ගහන්න නැතුව ඔයගොල්ලන්ට පුළුවන් for example මේ හරියෙන් දැන් ඔන්න ඉඩ නැත්තම් එහෙම මෙතනින් එහා ලියන්න ඉඩක් නැත්තම් you can use a connector here. You can put one here. මෙතන one කියලා දානවා. කියන්නේ මෙතනින් ඉඩ නැහැ. ඊට පස්සේ වෙන තැනක ආයෙත් ඔන්න one කියලා start කරා. දැන් මේකේ වගේ නා ඔන්න මම decision එක මෙතන අදින්න පුළුවන්. Instead of writing it here මෙතන ඉඩ නැහැ නම් මෙතන ඉඩ නැත්තම් මෙතන one කියලා mark කරා. I can start from the other page. අනිත් පිටුවේ හරි එහා පැත්තේ හරි කැමති තැනක ඉඩ තියෙන තැනක ආයිත් start කරන්න පුළුවන්. So those are the only shapes which you will have to learn in when it comes to flowcharts. Especially for O levels. O levels වල ඔච්චර තමයි ඔයගොල්ලෝ shapes කියලා ඉගෙන ගන්න. එතකොට to make sure you are always ask a question here. හැමතිස්සෙම මෙතන question mark එකක් එන විදියට අහන්න ඕනේ. මෙතන. එතකොට start එකයි end එකයි process එක input outputs process and for this one process and also in order to introduce variables introduce කරන්නත් එයාවම තමයි පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ. ඒකත් එක්තරා process එකක්නේ so ඒකටත් අපි පාවිච්චි කරන rectangle එක තමයි. And also for input output we are using the inclined rectangle. For a selection and a decision we are using a diamond shape. Diamond shape එකක් පාවිච්චි කරනවා. ඊට පස්සේ flow එක අපි arrows වලින් පෙන්නනවා. ඒ flow එක උඩට යනවා නම් උඩට යනවා. මේ හැම එකක්ම පෙන්වන්න ඕනේ. නිකම් මෙහෙම arrows මුකුත් මේ arrow එකක් දාන්න නැතුව join කරන්න. අපි පෙන්වන්න ඕනේ flow chart එක යන්නේ මෙන්න මේ direction එකට. මෙයා උඩට යනවනේ උඩට යන එක පෙන්වන්න ඕනේ. මෙයා මෙතනින් join වෙනවනේ ඒක හරියට පෙන්වන්න ඕනේ. And also මෙහෙම join කරන්නේ නැහැ. දැන් මෙහෙම මෙන්න මෙහෙම join කරන්නේ නැහැ. සමහර ළමයි ඉන්නවා මෙතනට join කරනවා. That is wrong. එතනට join කරලා හරියන්නේ නැහැ. 1 mark කරාට පස්සේ ආයෙත් mark කරන්නේ බිඳුවක් නෙවෙයිනේ. ළමයා present කියලා mark කරනවා ආයෙත් එතනින් බිඳුව කියලා ලියනවා. එහෙම system එකක් නේ. ඒක ඉවරයි. එහෙනම් ඊළඟ step එකට යන්න මේ මැදට තමයි join කරන්නේ. හරි. So those are the shapes which we are using in flowchart. So if so just send me a message after the class with that, then I'll send you the recordings as well. Then it's better for you. Better for you. You can check them out as well. Mm. So, are there any more questions?
No, sir.
හරි. එහෙනම් අපි යන් ඊළඟ question එකට. හරි. So we did the second one. So last week we did the first one. So this is not any iteration. So let's see this one. In here, the second question, find the largest number out of 10 numbers. Okay. Now that question, now this is also for this question even we are supposed to use variables. Now the main කතාව ඒකනේ variables නේ. දැන් මම මේ එක එක situations තමයි ඔයගලන්ට කියන්නේ variables use කරන්න පුළුවන් තැන්. variable එකක් question එකකින් expect කරන තැන්. හරි. So the question says find the largest number out of 10 numbers. You are supposed to draw a flow chart for this. Make it a flow chart එකක් තමයි අඳින්න ඕනේ. So what they are asking us to get 10 numbers, and so you input 10 numbers one after the other, and then finally the output should be අපි එළියට දෙන්න ඕනේ numbers 10ක්. ඔන්න දැන් මම numbers 10ක් ගහනවා. ගහලා ඉවර වෙලා මේකේ output එක වෙන්න ඕනේ the largest number එක. තියෙන largest number එක තමයි output එක විදියට එන්න. Those are very simple programs ඔය Python වගේ code කරද්දී C code කරද්දී ඔය පොඩි programs නේ ඒක. ඉතින් ඒකට මේ flow chart එකක් අඳින්න කියලා තමයි කියන්නේ. Now this is also for this question also. Now if this type of question was given to you all in somewhere in grade 8 9 වල flow chart තිබ්බනේ ඒ කාලේ දුන්නා නම් එහෙම එහෙනම් ඉතින් normally කරන්නේ ඔන්න input කරනවා ඔක්කොම එකපාරම input කරනවා number 1 number 2 number 3 number 4 number 5 ඔක්කොම 10 වෙනකම්ම ඔන්න එක input box එකක ඔක්කොම introduce කරනවා ඊට පස්සේ එක එක questions අහනවා ඊ වගේ මොකක් හරි එකක් කරලා ඔන්න answer එක ගන්න පුළුවන් but that is wrong. So that is not wrong in the sense that is not actually good. It's not a clean program. ලස්සන නෑ වැඩි. For these type of questions you can now use variables. Then variables පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් එහෙම කරන්නේ කොහොමද? දැන් හැමතිස්සෙම we have a start. අපිට හැමතිස්සෙම start එකක් තියෙනවානේ. So I write the start. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce some variables. Okay. For this type of question, I need two variables. Then make it a variables දෙකක් ඕනේ. එක variable එකක් ඕනේ ළමයි. දැන් 10 වතාවක් මේක යන්න ඕනේ හින්දා 10 times මේක යන්න ඕනේ හින්දා ඔන්න variables එකක් ඕනේ. අපි අරකෙත් numbers introduce කරා 10 to 20 ඊට පස්සේ ළමයි 30ක් count කරගත්තා. කොහමද ඒ situation එකෙත් we had a variable නු. ඉතින් ඒක repeat කරන්න ඕනේ. දැන් මෙතන 10 times repeat එකක් වෙනවා. 10 times user input කරනවා. So in order to repeat it 10 times we need a variable. එතකොට මම දාන්නම් let's say count equal 0. count equals 0 කියලා දෙනවා. හරි. count equals 0 කියලා ඔන්න variable එකක් දෙනවා. Now what they are asking is we should get the largest number out of the 10 numbers. Largest number එකක් ඕනෙලු. එහෙනම් තව variable එකක් දානවා max equals 0 කියලා. max කියලා මම mean කරේ ළමයි maximum කියන එක. maximum කියන එක එහෙනම් max equals 0 කියලා දානවා. දැන් ඔයගලන්ට තේරෙයි ඉස්සරහට මොකද්ද මේ ඇයි මේ max කියලා දෙයක් දැම්මේ කියලා. දැන් count කියන එක නම් already දන්නවනේ. දැන් count කියලා එකක් දැම්මේ නම් normally repeat කරගන්නේ. So that you all know, but let's see for what reason we are using the max. හරි. ඔන්න මොකද කරන්නේ first එක්කෙනාව input කරනවා. input number. input shape එක use කරන්නේ මේ input shape එක. So input number. හරි. So I input the number. Then I am asking මං අහනවා is number greater than max. number එක max වලට වඩා වැඩිද කියලා අහනවා. හරි. So previously අපිට කලින් හිටියේ previously we had max equals 0. In the very beginning we had max equals 0. Now I am introducing a number. ඔන්න number එකක් input කරා. දැන් අහනවා ප්‍රශ්නයක් is number greater than max. number එක max වලට වඩා වැඩිද කියලා අහනවා. කලින් max එක 0. දැන් අහන්නේ 10 නිකන් අපි හිතමුකෝ මම දැන් input කරේ 10 කියලා input එක කරේ 10 කියලා. මෙතන අහන්නේ 10 වැඩිද බිඳුවට වඩා. yes නම් ඔන්න process එකක් දානවා. what is the process? මම දානවා yes නම් max equals number. එහෙනම් maximum වලට වඩා වැඩි නම් max කියන එක්කෙනා එහෙනම් දැන් 10ලු. මොකද මම මේ නිකන් එකක් ගත්ත input කරේ 10 කියලා assume කරේ. දැන් එතකොට මම කියනවා එහෙනම් max කියන එක්කෙනා 10 කියලා. 10 ඒ කියන්නේ කලින් max 0 දැන් 10ක් input කරා නම් දැන් max කියන එක්කෙනාව ගන්නලු 10 කියලා. Then after that I'm again asking a question. දැන් අර repeat කරගන්නත් එපා මේක. number of times repeat කරගන්නත් ඕනේ. මං අහනවා is count less than 10. question එක ඇහුවා yes නම් උඩට ගියා. මේක no නම් දැන් මෙතනත් ඕනනම් අපි අරක පාවිච්චි කරමුද connector එක. මම මෙතන 1 කියලා දැම්මා. මම නිකන් ඉඩ නෑ වගේ. බෝඩ් එකේ ඉඩ තියෙනවා but ඔයගලන්ගේ cam එකට අහු වෙන්නේ නෑ වගේ. so මෙතන 1 කියලා දැම්මා. මෙතන 1 කියන එකෙන් start කරා. output max output කරා. end කරා. හරි. and then this should have a no as well. no එකකුත් තියෙන්න බෑ. no එක්කෙනෙකුත් ඉන්න ඕනේ. එහෙනම් මෙයා මෙතනටම එනවා. wait. Count එක increase කරේ නෑ නේද? Count එක එකකින් increase කරේ නෑනේ. Count equals count plus 1. ඒ අර repeat කරගන්න ඕනේ හින්දා is count less than 10. ඔව්. විතර මේ 1 කියලා තියන්නේ repeat මෙතන මේ චුට්ටක් cam එකට අහු වෙන්න but this is 1 now. So what happens is මොකද වෙන්නේ? Start කරා. So we start the flowchart. Start කරා. Then we introduce two variables. Variables දෙකක් introduce කරා. One is count equals 0. Count equals 0. Then the other one is max equals 0. Max equals 0 කිව්වා. ඊට පස්සේ number එකක් input කරා. So we introduce a number. Number එකක් input කරා. Number එකක් input කරා. Then we are asking the question. Then ප්‍රශ්නයක් අහනවා. Whether the number is greater than max. දැන් මේ max කියන එක කෙනාව පාවිච්චි කරේ ඇයි කියලා හොඳට තේරුම් ගන්න ඕන. Previous question you understood why we introduce count. Count කියන එක කෙනෙක් ගත්තේ මේක 10 times repeat කරගන්න. In the previous question even we used a thing called count. Count කියලා variable එකක් introduce කරේ මේක තව repeat කරගන්න. clear නේද මේක? හරි. හරි. දැන් මුලින්ම මම හිතන්නකො ළමයි මම මෙතනට දැම්මේ නම්බර් එක දැන් පළවෙනි ඉන්පුට් එක 20 කියලා. අහනවා 20 max වලට වඩා වැඩිද? දැන් max එක 0 then I am asking is number greater than max. නම්බර් එක max වලට වඩා වැඩිද? ඔව් නම් එහෙනම් max කියන එක්කෙනා දැන් 20 ලු. ඊට පස්සේ count එක ඔන්න එකකින් වැඩි වුණා. හරි count එක වැඩි වුණා. ඇහුවා count එක 10ට වඩා අඩුද? ඔව්. ආයෙත් උඩට ගියා. ආයෙත් උඩට ගියා. Then after that again inputting a number. දැන් ඔන්න මම ආයෙත් දානවා. දැන් ඊළඟ number එක මං හිතන්නකෝ මම දැම්මේ 10 කියලා. මෙතන අහනවා question එකක් is number greater than max. number එක max වලට වඩා වැඩිද? දැන් max කීයද? දැන් max එක 20යි. දාපු number එක 20ට වඩා වැඩිද? නෝනේ. ඒ එහෙනම් මේ ස්ටෙප් එක වෙන්නේ නැහැ. එහෙනම් නෝ. ඔන්න මෙතෙන්ට යනවා. ගිහින් ඔන්න කවුන්ට් එක එකකින් වැඩි වුණා. කවුන්ට් එක හැවුවා. ඔන්න ඊළඟ නම්බර් එකක් දාන්න ඕනේ. Let's say I input 50. 50 දැම්මා. අහනවා 50 කියන එක max වලට වඩා වැඩිද? Now max is 20. So the number 50 is greater than max නේද? එහෙනම් දැන් max කියන එක්කෙනා 50. දැන් max කියන්නේ ඒ නම්බර් එකලු. එහෙනම් max කියන එක්කෙනා දැන් 50. ඔන්න count එකකින් වැඩි වුණා. ආයෙත් උඩට ගියා. තාම මේක satisfy වෙන්නේ මේක satisfy වෙනවා නැති වුණ ගමන් තමයි no වෙන්නේ.
excuse me
ඔහොම
sir.
yes
සර් මේ අර max equal number කියන එකේ සර් මේ ඒ
yes
numbers store කරගන්න වගේ variable එකක් ඕනේ නැද්ද සර්?
yeah so this particular number should be stored no somehow. So that for that reason only we are introducing a variable called max. මේ නම්බර් එක මේ max කියන දේ දැන් මේක 10 වතාවක් යනකම් මේ මොකක් හරි එකක් තියෙන්න බෑ මෙයාව max කියන එක නම් store කරන් ඉන්න. For that reason only we have introduced a variable called max. තේරුණාද?
yes sir.
ඉතින් මෙයාත් මේ කවුන්ට් කියන එක ගැනත් ස්ටෝර් කරන දෙයක්මයි කරන්නේ. හැබැයි මෙයාගේ වෙන්නේ මෙයා ඉන්පුට් එක මෙයාට අදාළ නැහැ. බට් මෙයාගේ වෙන්නේ normally හැම සයිකල් එකකින්ම එක එක වැඩි වෙච්ච එක තමයි මේ කවුන්ට් වල උනේ. හැබැයි මෙතන ස්ටෝර් වෙන්නේ අපේ ඉන්පුට් එකම තමයි. අපි ඉන්පුට් කරපු නම්බර් එක max වල ස්ටෝර් වෙනවා. Then after that මෙතන ඔහොම ගිහින් so finally when this doesn't satisfy මෙයා satisfy වුනේ නැති වුණ ගමන් no වෙනවා output කරනවා max එක. So the final max would be 10ක් input කරා කියන්නකො මොන හරි. හිතන්නකො max කියන එක න අන්තිමට තිබ්බේ 100 කියලා. එහෙනම් අපිට output වෙන්නේ අන්තිමට 100. numbers 10ක් input කරලා the final answer which we will be getting is the largest number. So අපි එහෙනම් ඔන්න question එක කියපු විදියට කරා. මොකද question එකේ තිබ්බේ find the largest number out of 10 numbers. So the final output will be the largest number. So it doesn't matter you put it මේක මේ largest කියලා දැම්මත් අවුලක් නැහැ. මේ මෙතන count නැතුව number කියලා තිබ්බත් අවුලක් නැහැ. But anyhow the names of the variables should be meaningful. අපි ওই program එහෙම ලියද්දි program එකක් code කරද්දි ළමයි අපිට කැමති විදියකට ගහන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ variable කියන ඒවා අපිනේ introduce කරන්නේ අපිට ඕන එකක් දාන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් normally ඔය අපි ඉස්සර program කරද්දි එහෙම නෑ එහෙම තමයි. ලේසියට දානවා x equals 1 b equals 1 ඔහොම කියලා නිකන් මොකක් හරි ඔය වගේ අපිට හිතෙන එක දානවා. But by time only we understood that that method was very stupid. ඒ කියන්නේ එහෙම කියන්නේ මේ අර නිකන් අර අපිට කියන්නේ ඒ වෙලාවට අපිට මතකයිනේ අපිට මතකයි x කියන්නේ මේක b කියන්නේ මේක a කියන්නේ මේක ඉක්මනට කරන්න ඕන හින්දා කරනවා. But after like 1 week 2 weeks when we look at the program we cannot understand anything. අපි බැලුවත් තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ කියන්නේ වෙන කවුරු හරි බැලුවත් කොහොමවත් තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ program එක. So what we are recommending in programming is so anywhere when we are putting variables the name of the variable should be meaningful. තේරුමක් තියෙන දෙයක් වෙන්න ඕනේ. exact මේ හැලි ලියන්න කියන එක නෙමෙයි කියන්නේ. හැබැයි මොකක් හරි කවුරු හරි දකිද්දි එයාට තේරුම් ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕන. හරි. So in here I have used a connector. මේ connector එකක් පාවිච්චි කරා. මෙතන ඉඩ නැති වුණා. මෙතන cam එකට අහු වෙන්නේ නැහැ මෙතනින් යට. ඒකින්ද මෙතන I introduce a connector. මෙතන 1 කියලා mark කරා. මෙතනින් 1 කියලා I start කරා output කරා max එක. හරි. So if there are any questions you can ask. If not get this down. මේක ලියාගන්න. අනිත් එක ළමයි දැන් මෙතන count කියන එක නම් 0 වලින් start කරේ. So if I start from 0 so that means that is also one round. මෙතනත් මෙහෙමත් එක round එකක් ගියානේ. ඒක හින්දා තමයි මෙතන මම less than දැම්මේ. count equals less than 10 දැම්මේ. ඔයගොල්ලෝ මේක track කරොත් එකින් එක 10 වතාවක් ගියොත් එහෙම ඔයගලන්ට තේනේ මේක 10 times තමයි run වෙන්නේ. program එක 10 times තමයි run වෙන්නේ. එතකොට මෙයා count එක මෙතනදී when it becomes 10 මෙයා 10 වුණ ගමන් so 10 is less than 10 no end වෙනවා. මෙයා 10 වුණ ගමන් end වෙනවා. හැබැයි අපි අර initially මම first question එක කරද්දී අද නෙවෙයි but නෑ අදත් කරානේ අපි 10 කියලා මෙතන ගත්තානේ. 10 කියලා එකක් අරගෙන 10 to 20 print කරානේ. දැන් එතනදී මම දැම්මේ මෙතන equal කියලා. මොකද ඒ සිටුේෂන් එකේදී අපිට ඒ වැලිව් එකත් ඕනේ වුණ හින්දා. So if I started this from 1 මෙයා 1 කියලා පටන් ගත්තා නම් මෙතන equal කියලා තමයි stop වෙන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට තව රවුන්ඩ් එකකුත් යනවා 10 වුණත් කවුන්ට් එක 10 වුණත් තව පාරක් යනවා. හැබැයි මම මෙතන start එක ගත්තේ 0 වලින් හින්දා මම මෙතන දාන්නේ less than විතරයි. So I think this is better. මෙහෙම මතක තියාගත්තාම හරි බිඳුවෙන් පටන් අරගෙන මෙතන less than දාන්න. equal දාන්න එපා. equal දැම්මොත් එහෙම ආයි තව පාරක් උඩට යනවා. හරි? So you should be careful when writing these signs as well, less than, greater than ඒවා දාද්දිත් careful වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒතර මේ මම මේ ඉරක් මෙහෙම දාන්න ළමයි less than මේ greater than හරි. ඒතර මෙතන දැන් අපි normally programming වල නම් මෙහෙම ලියන්නේ. මෙහෙම ලියන්නේ. දැන් equal sign එකයි less than sign එකයි එහෙම. හැබැයි දැන් අපිට normally අපි flow chart එකක් වගේ අඳින හින්දා අපිට මෙහෙම තමයි equal එක දාන්නේ. කියන්නේ මෙතනට තව යටින් ඉරි කෑල්ලක් දානවා. ඒතර මේ කියන්නේ එක්ක less than එක්ක equal නම් එක්ක less than නැත්නම් equal නම් කියන එක තමයි එතනින් කියවෙන්නේ. මෙතනත් එහෙමයි greater than නම් මෙහෙම. හරි programming වල program එකක් අපි code කරද්දි වගේ නම් දන්නවා we have Pascal programming ඕන program එක Python Java ද ඕන එකක් ඒ වේ නම් මෙහෙම equal sign එක දාන්න. මොකද we don't have a symbol like this in our keyboard මෙහෙම symbol එකක් නැහැනේ. එතකොට ඒ විදිහට හැබැයි flow chart වල මේ අපි අර යටින් ඉරි කෑල්ල තමයි දාන්නේ. To get this down, so if you have any questions ask. So this is the third day. So so if you want the recordings of the first and second days, please send me a message with a Gmail, with a Gmail address. Then I could send
සර්
you.
Gmail address එක
Oh,
මේ සර්ගේ Gmail address එක
මොකද්ද මේ ඔයාගේ Gmail address එක ඕනේ.
WhatsApp
මොකක්ද?
කරන්න
WhatsApp. මට WhatsApp කරන්න. මගේ number එකට WhatsApp කරන්න. මගේ group එකේ admin ඉන්නේ මං හිතන්නේ මං විතරයි වෙන්නේ. එතකොට මගේ number එකට WhatsApp කරන්න ඔයාගේ Gmail එකත් එක්ක. ඒකට මං access දෙන්නේ Gmail එකට. හරිනේ?
ඕකේ
Okay, so if it is done, let's go to another question then. හරි. Okay, so let's look at another question. So we found the largest number out of 10 numbers. So that is done. Then the first question was a very easy one we did last week. Even though it seems to be big, lazy question එකක්. The recording එකේ ඔයගලන් check කරන්න පුළුවන් ළමයි answer එක කරලා තියෙන්නේ. Let's go to another somewhat hard question. Okay. Okay. So this one, first question. Draw a flow chart for a vehicle categorizing system in the expressway. At the end of the day, at the end of the day, 11:59 දවසේ අන්තිමට the expressway එකේ ළමයා highway එක අපි ඔය normally අපි කටින්නම් අපි normal කතා කරද්දි කියන්නේ highway කියලානේ. but actual name එක තමයි expressway. highways තමයි normally ඔය කොළඹ වල normal ඔය තියෙන්නේ ඔය කොළඹමත් නෙවෙයි but ඔය yeah in කොළඹ ඔය නිකන් පාරවල් තියෙන්නේ normally වැඩි traffic නෑ හයියෙම යන්න පුළුවන් ඒවා. නැත්තම් ඔය ඔයගොල්ලෝ කොහෙද හම්බන්තොට වගේ යද්දි from Galle to හම්බන්තොට. So that is those are not expressways. So those are highways ඒ කියන්නේ. මේ expressway නෙවෙයි. දැන් මෙතන කියන්නේ expressway එකක්. දැන් අපි normally කතා කරන highway. හරි අපි කියන්නේ highway දැම්ම කියලා ඇත්තටම දාන්නේ expressway එකට. හරි. So at the end of the day, 11:59, the total number of vans, cars, and lorries are reported by the system. Hmm? Assume that those three types are the only vehicles entering the expressway. මොකද කරන්නේ? මේක expressway එකේ enter වෙන දවසේ අන්තිමට report එකක් generate වෙනවලු. report එකේ output එක තමයි the total number of vans කොච්චරක් van ඇතුල් වෙලා තියෙනවද කොච්චරක් කාර් ඇතුල් වෙලා තියෙනවද දවසේ කොච්චරක් lorries ඇතුල් වෙලා තියෙනවද කියලා. So that would be reported by the system. මේක තමයි system එකෙන් report වෙන්නේ. So it is a vehicle categorizing system in the expressway. දවසේ අන්තිමට you get the total number of vans, cars and lorries. දැන් මේකත් මේත් මම highlight කරන්න ඕන දැන් තව instance එකක් අපිට variables use කරන්න පුළුවන්. හරි. මේ question එක ලියාගන්න write down the question then we'll discuss the answer. ලියාගන්නකො ඉක්මනට first question එක. මේකත් ලස්සන question එකක්. So this is another instance where you will be able to use variables. Flowcharts are very easy. Basically, programming is very easy, but you should get the basic knowledge. ඒ කියන්නේ normal මුල අමතක කරලා කරන්න බෑ. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒක තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ කොහොමද. So මුලින්ම ප්‍රශ්නේ හරියට තේරුම් ගන්න ඕනේ. Then after that it becomes very easy. You don't have to study anything, so you don't have to remember anything. There are only few things to remember in flowchart, in logic gates. So write down the question and then we'll look at the answer. Alright. So let's see the answer then. Okay, so what they are saying is, so it is an expressway system. So the time at the end of the day, in the question it has highlighted it as 11:59. So at 11:59, a report is generated. Report එකක් ඔන්න generate වෙනවලු 11:59ට රෑ. ඒකේ කියනවලු the total number of cars තිබ්බා cars vans lorries ඊට පස්සේ ආයි question එකේ කියන assume these are the only vehicles entering the expressway මේ ගාන කියලා assume කරන්නලු ඒක ඇයි එහෙම තියෙන්නේ ඒ කියන්නේ අපි ඇත්තටම high expressway වලට මීට වඩා මේ enter වෙනවනේ කියන්නේ cars vans ඊට පස්සේ lorries cabs enter වෙනවා තව containers enter වෙනවා ඊට පස්සේ SUVs enter වෙනවා bike කොයි three wheeler අර අනිත් තියෙන ඔක්කොම enter වෙනවනේ ඉතින් අර මෙතන කියනවා ඒත් assume කරන්නලු ওই තුන විතරක් කියලා. ඒක නිකන් එක දීලා තියෙනවා. ඔයගලන්ට තව වැඩි හිතන්න නැතු වෙන්න. ওই ටික විතරක් හිතන්න කියලා තමයි කියන්නේ. හරි. Now so while I do the question මම කරන ගම ඔයගලන්ට මේ try එකක් දෙන්න පුළුවන් හැබැයි. Or else I'll give you all 5 minutes හිතලා බලන්න පොඩ්ඩක්. Don't have to try it but නිකන් හිතලා බලන්න කොහොමද roughly ඇඳ ගන්නකො කොහොමද මේක ගන්න කියලා roughly idea එකක් ගන්න කොහොමද එන්නේ කියලා if you have an idea you can put it in the chat as well chat එකේ දාන්නත් පුළුවන් answer එක නැත්නම් කිව්වත් කමක් නැහැ how many variables should be introduced variables කොච්චරක් introduce කරන්න ඕනේද answer that question ඒකට උත්තරයක් දෙන්නකෝ බලන්න variables කීයක් ඕනේද මේ කතාව පෙන්වන්න නම් මේක ඇඳලා පෙන්වන්න නම් ඒක හිතලා කියන්න දැන් අපි first question එකේ discuss කරද්දී නම් it was one variable then the previous question it was actually two variables මෙතන කීයක් ඕන වෙයිද මෙතන කීයක් දාන්න ඕන වෙයිද
සර් කෙක්ෂන් එකේ vehicles ගාන අහන්න යන්නේ සෙන්ටුම්.
නෑ මේකේ vehicles ගාන තමයි අන්තිමටම අහන්නේ කොච්චරක් කාස් එන්ටර් වුණාද ඒ දවසේ ඇතුළත ඒ කියන්නේ හිතන්නකෝ දවසේ ඇතුළත කාර් 100යි වෑන් 200යි ලොරීස් 50ක් ඔන්න ඔය වගේ රිපෝට් එකක් තමයි අන්තිමට ජෙනරේට් වෙන්නේ.
සර් එහෙනම් variables තුනකින් වයි
variables 3යි.
තුනකින්
yes. So variables 3කින් මේක කරන්න පුළුවන්. Yes, correct. හොඳයි. variables 3ක් අපිට ඕනේ. කාස් ගානයි වෑන්ස් ගානයි ලොරීස් ගානයි ඔතන තාව vehicle එකක් මොන හරි තිබ්බනේ if there was any other vehicle any other type of vehicle then we will have to introduce another variable but in here in the question it says cars vans and lorries only so we should introduce 3 variables for this one. So let's start the flowchart. Start karana. Then I'm introducing the variables. Cars equals 0, vans equal 0, lorries equal 0. Alright. I'll remove this plural one. Plural දාන්න නැතුව නිකන් තියෙනවා. car equals 0, van equals 0, lorry equals 0 කියලා. Plural දැම්මොත් ඉතින් ඒක එච්චර මේ හරි නෑනේ. එක වාහනයයි නම් ආවේ. ඒක plural තියලත් බෑනේ. So ඔහොම තියමු. Then after that I am inputting input vehicle. and vehicle එකේ input කරනවා. හරි? vehicle එකේ input කරා. Then after that I'm asking the question, is vehicle a car? Is vehicle a car? දැන් මම මේ vehicle එක ඔන්න input කරා. අහනවා vehicle එක car එකක්ද කියලා. I'm asking whether it is a car. vehicle එක මොකද car එකක්ද මේ ආවේ? Yes නම් මම දානවා car equals car plus 1. අර කලින් කතාවල අපි count දැම්මා. count equals count plus දැම්මා. but ඒ පාවිච්චි කරේ නම් මේ loop එක කියන්නේ මේ flow chart එක repeat කරගන්න. but in here we are using it for a different purpose. තව වෙනස් දෙයකට තමයි පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ. car equals car plus 1. ඒ කියන්නේ record එකක් තියාගන්න, store කරගන්න. so another instance මේ වෙන ක්‍රමයක් මේ කියලා දෙන්න. car equals car plus 1. no නම් එහෙම නැත්තම් මම අහනවා is vehicle ඊළඟ එක is vehicle a van? ආවේ van එකක්ද කියලා අහනවා. yes නම් if it is yes එහෙනම් van equals van plus 1. initially van was 0. ආවේ van එකක් නම් එහෙනම් දැන් ඔන්න එකක් ඇඩ් වුණා. if it is no හරි දැන් මොකද කරන්නේ? දැන් ලොරි කියලා එක්කෙනෙකුත් ඉන්නවා ළමයි. but are we asking the question again? Do we have to ask the question again whether the vehicle is a lorry? මේක ලොරියක්ද කියලා ආයිත් අපි අහන්න අවශ්‍යද? ඒ ස්ටෙප් එක ඕනේද? ඒ කියන්නේ නිකන් මම නිකන් ලොරි I can ask the question මට අහන්න පුළුවන් ලොරියක්ද කියලා. ඉතින් ළමයි මෙහෙමනේ. ඒක නිකන් අනවශ්‍ය දෙයක්නේ. ඒක කාර් එකකුත් නෙවෙයි නා. if it is not a car, if it is not a van, ඒක van එකකුත් නෙවෙයි නා. මේගොල්ලෝ අපිට කියනවත් මේ තුන විතරයි එන්නෙත් නා. එයා කාර් එකකුත් නෙවෙයි, එයා van එකකුත් නෙවෙයි නා. එහෙනම් එයා කොහොමත් එහෙනම් ලොරියක් නේ තියෙන්නේ. it will definitely be a lorry, right? If it is not a car, if it is not a van, then obviously it would be a lorry. Because in the question they have said, assume that only cars, vans, and lorries are entering the expressway. ප්‍රශ්නෙම කියනවා හිතා ගන්නලු මේ තුන විතරයි එන්නේ කියලා. ඒ තුන විතරයි නම් එන්නේ. කාර් එකකුත් නෙවෙයි නම් වෑන් එකකුත් නෙවෙයි නම් then obviously it would be a lorry. එහෙනම් ලොරියක් තමයි මේ. Hmm? So since it is a lorry, since it would be definitely a lorry, we don't again have to write a question. I can put the process directly. Hmm? Lorry equals lorry plus 1. හරි. මම ලිව්වා කියලා ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑ. I can ask the question once again. But students, when it comes to programming, the actual code, for example, අපි දැන් ඔය Pascal කරද්දී අපි මේක Pascal වලින් code කරලා බලමු. Python වලින් Python ඔගොල්ලෝ කරන්නේ but Pascal වලින් අපි code කරලා බලමුකෝ. So if we code using this Pascal, if I ask a question once again, that means I am using another set of lines. නේද? මම තව extra පේලි ටිකක් පාවිච්චි කරනවා. අනවශ්‍ය ටිකක්. Unnecessary lines of code. So unnecessary lines of code is not an actually a good thing when it comes to programming. Programming වල එක recommend කරන්නේ නැහැ. එහෙම අනවශ්‍ය lines of code. වැරදි නැහැ. වැරදෙන්නේ නැහැ. Your answer will be correct, but still you have used unnecessary amount of code. අනවශ්‍ය විදියට code එකක් ලියලා. මෙතනත් ඒ විදියම තමයි. මොකද අපි flow chart එකක් බලාගෙන තමයි ළමයි we are looking at the flow chart, then after that we are writing the pseudocode. We are looking at the pseudocode and then the developers will develop the program. program එකක් හැදෙන්නේ කොහොමද? idea එක තියෙන මිනිහා flow chart එක අඳිනවා. flow chart එක ඒ කියන්නේ idea එක එනවා කියන්නේ ළමයි system analyst තමයි normally මේව handle කරන්නේ. So system analyst කෙනෙක්, so he will analyze the program, he'll do the flow chart, then the pseudocode will be written. pseudocode එකත් ලියනවා. So based on the pseudocode එක දිහා බලාගෙන programmers ලා නැත්නම් developers ලා ඒගොල්ලෝ program එක code කරන එක තමයි කරන්නේ. They will use any type of language, Python or Java or Dart or any type of programming language, and
සර්
they'll oh
සර් මේ ෆ්ලෝ chart එකේ සුඩෝ කෝඩ් එකේ වෙනස මොකද්ද?
okay. Flowchart is a diagram. Flowchart will be a diagram. Flowchart can puta, it will be a diagram like this. So it will be a graphical representation. Make a graphical representation එක. For example, let's say now when it comes to a company එකක් ගත්තොත් the normally මේ flow charts එහෙම handle කරන්නේ system analyst කෙනෙක්නේ. analyst කෙනෙක් තමයි handle කරන්නේ. හරි. But the company will have owners, it will have finance managers. ඔය වගේ කට්ටියක් තියෙනවා. ඊට අපි flow charts එකයි flow chart එකයි ආයි pseudo code එකයි මෙතන ලියන්නම් flow chart එකයි pseudo code එකයි ලියනවා. So flow chart will be a graphical representation. Then this pseudocode will be a text-based representation. Text-based එකක්. හරි. Text-based කියන්නේ අපි වචන වලින් ලියනවා. අපි normally එක ගොඩක් වෙලාවට ඒක programming language එකට similar. ඒ කියන්නේ if statements use වෙනවා, start and input word එක use වෙනවා. pseudo code එකක් ලියනවා නම් මෙහෙමයි. මම නිකම් simple එකක් ලියන්නම් start කරනවා. We input, let's say input two numbers, input number A, number B. ඊට පස්සේ process box එකක් තියෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ process එකෙන් total එක calculate කරනවා. Total equals number A plus number B. Output කරනවා. Output total. අපිට මේ pseudo code ඉස්සරහට තියෙනවා. දැන් මේක ඉවර වුණ ගමන් අපි පටන් ගන්නවා. end කරනවා. So it will be a text based one. වචන වලින් ලියන දෙයක්. Now, when it comes to developers, the software side එක දන්න IT field එක දන්න අය නම් මේ වගේ pseudo code එකක් දැක්කහම they will understand. If you all are related to IT, if a certain person has an IT background, when he looks at a pseudo code, he'll understand it. හැබැයි company එකේ owner නැත්තම් තව අපි වෙන stakeholders කියන්නේ පිටින් සම්බන්ධ වෙන අය මොන හරි මොකක් හරි responsibility එකක් තියෙන පිටින් සම්බන්ධ වෙන අය ඊට පස්සේ මේ වගේ finance managers, these people will not have any IT background. අපි finance manager ට එයාට අදාළ දෙයක් නෙවෙයි IT background එක. සමහර වෙලාවට ඕනට උනත් owner might not be someone related to the IT background. දැන් ඔය වගේ අයට it is better if we use a graphical representation. මේක graphically represent කරලා පෙන්නුවොත් හොඳයි. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ විදියට පෙන්නුවා නම් ලස්සනයි. මෙහෙමයි වෙන්නේ. okay yes නම් එතකොට ඕන එක්කෙනෙක්ට තේරෙනවා. මේක අඳින්න බැරි වුණත් ළමයි මම මෙහෙමයි question එකක් දීලා අඳින්න බැරි වෙයි. හැබැයි මම grade 7 grade 8 ළමයෙක්ට උනත් flow chart එක පෙන්නුවොත් එයා ටිකක් කියලා මේක බලලා කියයි මෙන්න මේක තමයි වෙන්නේ කියලා. So they will understand it. So even a person who doesn't have a IT background, who doesn't have an idea regarding flowchart or any other pseudocode or coding stuff, they will understand when they look at a flowchart. Graphical දෙයක් දැක්කම තේරුම් ගන්න. හරි? ඉතින් but the developers ලට මේකට වඩා ඒගොල්ලන්ට ඕන මේ pseudo code එක. මොකද then it would be easier for them to convert a pseudo code into a programming language. pseudo code එක programming language එකට convert කරන්න ලේසි. මොකද දෙක සමාන නැහැ. ඒ කියන්නේ සමහර වෙලාවට හාත්පසින්ම වගේ වෙනස් වෙනවා. කියන්නේ code එක වෙනස් වෙන අවස්ථා තියෙන. හැබැයි එකම structure එක තමයි flow එක තමයි තියෙන්නේ. So that's the difference between a flow chart and a pseudocode. So first of all, we are drawing the flow chart. Then we are coming up with the pseudocode. Then finally, the developers will look at the pseudocode and they will make a program out of it. Code decker, they will use any language that they want. System analyst recommend කරන language එක පාවිච්චි කරලා ඒගොල්ලෝ code කරනවා. So that is the difference between a flowchart and a pseudocode. ඒක නිකන් හරියට දැන් company එකක ඒක නිකන් අර හිතන්නකෝ company, so if you all are doing commerce නම් කරන්නේ O levels වලට ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්නවා P&L statements එහෙම තියෙනවා. Financial statements එහෙම තියෙනවා. In Sinhala we call it මූල්‍ය වාර්තා කියලා කියන්නේ. For every company, they would have a financial statement. Now, financial statements can only be understood by the people who actually know this stuff. Financial statement එක තේරුම් ගන්න පුළුවන් for the people who actually know this common stuff, accounting stuff, දන්න එක්කෙනෙක්ට තේරෙයි. ගොඩක් වෙලාවට ඒක දන්නේ නැති එක්කෙනෙක්ට ඒ කියන්නේ දැක්ක ගමන් තේරෙන්නේ financial statement එක. So if the owner doesn't have a proper finance background, then the accountant should not hand him over a financial statement, right? Company ke owner ට ලොකු idea එකක් නැත්නම් if the owner doesn't have a huge idea regarding financial stuff, accounting stuff, So the accountant should not hand him over a financial statement. Me numbers ටිකක් දාපු අර ලොකු මෙහෙම ෆයිල් ගොඩක් hand over කරලා හරියන්නේ නැහැ. So what the accountant should do is he should use chart එකක් පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්. මෙන්න මෙහෙම අපේ company එක develop වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. හ්ම්. අපේ profit මෙන්න මේ විදියට අපේ competitors ලා මේ විදියට. හ්ම්. අපේ වැඩිම product එකේ profit එක මෙන්න මේ විදියට ඊට පස්සේ අනිත් ඒවා මෙහෙම සාපේක්ෂව අඩුයි. So so the accountant will have to use certain graphical representations. තේරුම් ගන්න පුළුවන් විදියට graphical දේවල් පාවිච්චි කරනවා. chart පාවිච්චි කරනවා ඔය එක එක පොඩි පොඩි අගයන් කියනවා. මෙන්න මේකයි හරියටම කියලා. Hmm. So similarly, so flowchart is easier to understand than a pseudocode. flowchart එක ලේසි pseudocode එකකට වඩා තේරුම් ගන්න. හරි? ඒක තමයි difference එක. අපි මේක ඉවර කරලා ඊට පස්සේ pseudocode තමයි ලියන්නේ. හරි. lorry equals lorry plus 1. Then after that, I'm asking a question. Is time less than time එක 11:59 pm? time එක 11:55ට වඩා අඩුයිද? yes නම් ඊළඟ vehicle එකත් එනවා input කරනවා. If it is no, what should be the output? output එක මොකද්ද? What is the output? output කරනවා. The output will be car, van, lorry. Okay. Car, van, lorry. Then after that, I'm ending the flowchart. I'm ending the flowchart. Got the question? තේරුණාද? And these stuff මේවා පාවි තියන්නේ ළමයි මේ ටිකත් මෙන්න මෙතනට join වෙන්න ඕනේ. So they all should join here. So see how we used a variable in this question. Then make a calling awareness. But still we have used variables. So first of all, I have introduced a variable called car, van, and lorry. තුනක් දැම්මා. ඔගොල්ලෝමයි කිව්වේ තුනක් දාන්න ඕනේ කියලා. ඒක හරි. තුනක් ඕනේ වුණා මේක ගන්න නම්. Then after that, I'm inputting the vehicle, the type of vehicle. Then I'm asking whether the vehicle is a car. car එකක්ද කියලා අහනවා. Yes නම් ඔන්න car එක එකකින් වැඩි වුණා. Initially it was 0. ඔන්න දැන් එකකින් වැඩි වුණා. එහෙමත් නැත්නම් අහනවා van එකක්ද කියලා. ඔව් එහෙනම් van එක එකකින් වැඩි වුණා. If it is still no, I am increasing the lorry by 1. එහෙනම් lorry කියන එක එකකින් වැඩි වෙනවා. I don't have to again ask the question again because it is an unnecessary bit of code. ආයි තමුතුවෙන් අහන්න දෙයක් නෙවෙයි. Then after that, in order to loop this one, loop එකක් කරන්න, they haven't told any in the question. They haven't said like 1000 vehicles එනවා හරි හිම කතාවක් කියලා නෑනේ. එහෙනම් අපිට count කියලා එකක් අවශ්‍ය නෑ ළමයි. I'm just asking whether the time is less than 11:59. They have given us the time. වෙලාවක් තමයි දීලා තියෙන්නේ. So I'm asking, is time less than 11:59? time එක 11:55ට වඩා අඩුයිද? yes නම් ඔන්න උඩට යනවා. I am again inputting the vehicle, asking this ඔහොම යනවා. තාමත් 11යි 55 59 නැත්තම් ආයෙත් උඩට යනවා. Again this will again repeat until this
ඒකේ less
doesn't
than equal than වල
එතනත් හැබැයි පුතා equal දැම්මත් අවුලක් නැහැ. ඉතින් 11:59 ඔව් ඉතින්. Let's put it as equal. Yeah.
සර්
So
මේ
in the
අර
question,
මේ
yeah.
කා ප්ලස් 1 එකයි වෑන් ප්ලස් 1 එකයි සර් අතන්ට ජොයින් කරේ නැත්නම් වැරදිද සර් ෆ්ලෝ chart එක
කොතනටද?
සර් යට ලොරි ප්ලස් 1 එක ජොයින් කරලා තියෙන සර් කා ප්ලස්
මෙතනට.
1 එකයි වෑන් ප්ලස් 1 එකයි ඔව් සර්
ඔව්.
මේ එතනට ජොයින් කරා නැතුව එහෙම තිබ්බොත් වැරදිද
වැරදි. Because all these stuff should again connect to the original flowchart. මේ පැත්තට යන්නේවත් main direction එකට ආයිත් connect වෙන්න ඕන. previous questions උත් බලන්න අපි එහෙම මෙහෙම මොකක්වත් තිබ්බේ නෑ. පාවි තියන්න බෑ. Because මෙයා එකකින් වැඩි වුණත් පුතා again it should connect to the flowchart and it should flow no. දැන් හිතන්නකෝ පළවෙනියෙන් ආවේ කාර් එකක්. කාර් එක ඔන්න එකකින් වැඩි වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ මෙයාට යන්න තැනක් නෑනේ. මෙයා දැන් මෙතනින් ආයිත් මෙහෙම පස්සට යන්න බෑනේ. මේ ඩිරෙක්ෂන් එක තියෙන්නේ මෙහාට නම් මෙතන ආයිත් මේ ෆ්ලෝ chart එක ආයිත් කන්ටිනියු වෙන්න බෑනේ. මේ සයිඩ් එකට යන්න බෑ. එහෙනම් මෙයා මෙතනින් නවතිනවා. කනෙක්ට් කරලා නැත්නම් එතනින් ඉවරයි. හැබැයි අපි කනෙක්ට් කරලා කියන්නේ මොකද? කා +1 හරි එහෙනම් අපි ආයිත් again මෙතෙන්ට ගිහින් ආයිත් පටන් ගමු ෆ්ලෝ chart එක. මෙහෙම තිබ්බොත් එහෙම කා එකක් ඔන්න ආව ගමන් මෙහෙම එන්න එතනින් ඉවරයි ඉතින් ෆ්ලෝ chart එක. යන්නේ නැහැ කොහෙවත්. තේරුණාද?
yes sir
හරි. And also these lines should be connected to this particular arrow. It doesn't connect to lorry plus one. මේ දෙක අතර තැනකට තමයි connect වෙන්නේ. එහෙම මැදට තමයි connect වෙන්නේ. හරි. So if there are any questions you can ask. If not, get this down. මේක ලියා ගන්න.
excuse me sir
Yeah.
සර් මේ අර කා ප්ලස් 1 මේ 1 එකයි වෑන් ප්ලස් 1 එකයි සර් මේ අර ටයිම් එකෙන් යට ජොයින් කරන්න බැරිද සර්
මෙතනින් යට. දැන්
ඔව් සර්
එතනත්
නෝ කියලා
ඔව් හරි. එතකොට දැන් පුතා බලන්න වෙන දේ. So let's say if it is a car, then so you're asking whether we can join it here. So let's say if it is a car, so if it is yes on adduna, so this again comes here. If we join it here, what happens is we are entering the flowchart. On output එක දුන්නා. ඉවරයි. end උනා. So මෙතනින් දැන් මෙහෙම තියෙන එක මෙහෙම ගත්තා. මෙතනට join කරොත් මොකද වෙන්නේ? කාර් එකක් ආව ගමන් මෙයා +1 වුණා. මෙහෙම ආයි පල්ලෙහාට ගියා. මෙතනින් ඔන්න ඉවරයි ෆ්ලෝ chart එක. දැන් මෙතනින් down යන්නේ. output කරා car van lorry.
okay sir
තේරුණා නේද? So you should be very careful when you are joining this stuff. එතනින්ම වැරදෙනවා සමහර ළමයිට. ඔක්කොම හරියට කරලා වැරදි තැන join කරනවා. ඒකට ඉතින් සම්පූර්ණ marks අඩු වෙන්නේ නැහැ, but still you will be losing marks, right? You can get this down. Okay, so you can do, so since it is 8, uh, what y'all can do is y'all can do the second question as homework. So in this one, I have put the slides to the group. I think it's in the group. So slides are in the group. So what you all can do is you all can do this question as homework. Then we'll discuss them next week. What they're asking is a taxation system for a in Sri Lanka. Tax කරන විදියක් according to the revenue of the household. ගෙදර revenue එක අනුව I think කීපයක් දීලා තියෙනවා. Ranges කීපයක් දීලා තියෙනවා. And also they have said assume there are 5,000 houses to be taxed. ගෙවල් 5,000ක් කියලා හිතා ගන්නලු. Hmm? So read the question properly. Use the so in here you are supposed to use almost everything. Uh, Check whether how many variables to be introduced. It can be one or it can be more than one. Uh, So do this question as homework. Mm. Then we'll again meet next week. So next week we'll do this particular question and then we'll start uh, the pseudocode lesson. So you can, if your friends wants to join as well, they can join from next week as well for the pseudocode part. Pseudocode start කරනවා. හරි ඊට පස්සේ පරණ recordings ඕන ඒවා. If you need previous recordings, send me a message. I'll send you all the recordings. All right. So let's end the class for today, students. So let's meet again next week then. Good night.